meeting is the situation in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Does any member of the Council wish to speak on the subject? I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Russian Federation cannot support the attempts by our American colleagues to conduct a discussion of the situation in Venezuela. In fact, introducing in our agenda issues formulated in this way, this is a gross abuse of the prerogatives of the members of the Security Council, especially, in particular, the permanent members. The internal situation in this Latin American country is not an item on the agenda of our Council. We don't see any external threats coming from what is taking place in Venezuela. Venezuela does not represent a threat to peace and security. If anything does represent a threat to peace, it is the shameless and aggressive actions of the United States and their allies aimed at the ouster of the legitimately elected president of Venezuela. In essence, before us we're seeing unceremoniously and in breach of all norms of international law, an attempt by Washington to engineer a coup d'etat in this country. And this situation about which we will no doubt hear the views of the people of Venezuela and Latin American states, this situation the Council is supposed to consider as a supposed threat to Venezuela. In this connection, we request putting the issue on the agenda about which we're supposed to hold a meeting up for a procedural vote. We do not agree with the item situation in Venezuela, especially since there is no such item on the agenda of the Security Council. In our view, it would be right to conduct a discussion on an item threat to international peace and security, violation of Article 2.4 of the UN Charter. We call on all who share our point of view to support us. Thank you.
Does any other member of the Council wish to take the floor? I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Michael Pompeo, Secretary of State of the United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. President. The focus of the UN Security Council is to safeguard international peace and security. The former Maduro regime has oppressed its people for years, forcing millions of Venezuelans to flee the country merely to gain very basic access to food and water. This has overwhelmed the capacity of regional countries to adequately address urgent humanitarian needs. Former President Maduro bears full responsibility for this tragedy, allowing Venezuelans to languish without food and humanitarian assistance. On January 10th, the OAS passed a resolution that refused to recognize the illegitimate Maduro regime and called for further attention to address the suffering of the Venezuelan people. Last week, we all received a letter under Article 54 from OAS Secretary General Luis Almagro, which specifically described the destabilizing impact of this crisis in the region. And yet, despite this tragedy, despite the calls from regional bodies for more attention, the United Nations has yet to hold a formal session on this subject. Now we have a new leader, Juan Guaidó, in Venezuela, who has promised to bring elections and constitutional order back to Venezuela and security back to the region. We cannot delay this critical conversation, which has the world's attention. For the sake of Venezuela and the region, we must support the Venezuelan people and do so right now. Thank you.
My thanks to His Excellency Mr. Pompeo for his statement. In view of the request and the comments made by members of the Security Council, I intend to put the provisional agenda to the vote. Accordingly, I shall put it to the vote now. Will those in favor of the adoption of the provisional agenda, the situation in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, please raise their hand.
En contra.
Those against.
Abstención.
Abstentions.
El resultado.
The result of the voting is as follows: 9 votes in favor, 4 votes against, 2 abstentions.
Conforme a estos resultados, queda aprobado.
As a result of the vote, the provisional agenda has been adopted.
El orden del día provisional ha sido aprobado.
So I reiterate that the provisional agenda has been adopted.
De conformidad con el artículo 37 del reglamento.
In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Argentina, Barbados, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Dominica, Ecuador, El Salvador, the plurinational state of Bolivia, Mexico, Nicaragua, Paraguay, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname and Uruguay to participate in this meeting.
Así queda acordado.
It is so decided.
De conformidad con el artículo 39 del
In accordance with Rule
Reglamento
39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo, Under Secretary General for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, to participate in this meeting.
Así queda acordado.
It is so decided.
El Consejo de Seguridad.
The Security Council will now begin its consideration of Item 2 of the agenda.
Doy ahora la
I now
palabra
give the floor
a la señora
to Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the situation in Venezuela is cause for serious concern. The protracted crisis in the country has had a grave impact on the population, with high levels of political polarization, growing humanitarian needs, and serious human rights concerns. And the economic situation in the country has become dire. Repeated efforts to bring the government and opposition to the negotiating table have not led to concrete agreements. The Secretary General has consistently stated the need for a credible and inclusive political process that has the interests of the Venezuelan people at heart. The situation has both an economic and political dimension. The population is affected in a systemic way. Nearly all 30 million Venezuelans are affected by hyperinflation and a collapse of real salaries, shortages of food, medicine, and basic supplies, deterioration of health and education services, deterioration of basic infrastructure such as water, electricity, transport, and urban services, drastic reduction in production capacities in the agricultural, pharmaceutical, and other sectors have aggravated the supply situation. The drop in oil prices recorded in recent years continued in 2018, with a decrease of about 500,000 barrels per day from 2017, and a consequent fall in revenues. The International Monetary Fund reported the inflation rate hit 1.37 million% last year and projected real GDP in 2019 of negative 18%. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization, between 2015 and 2017, there were 3.7 million undernourished people in the country. Infant mortality rates doubled in recent years. According to UN estimates, over 3 million Venezuelans are now living abroad, including some 2.3 million who've left the country since 2015, going mostly to other South American countries. Mr. President, in the parliamentary elections of December 2015, the opposition won a large majority of seats in the National Assembly. Subsequently, the Supreme Court ruled that the Assembly was in contempt and that all its actions were null and void. In 2017, a National Constituent Assembly was established through elections in which the opposition parties did not participate. The National Constituent Assembly took over key functions of the legislative branch and undertook a process of constitutional reform that remains inconclusive and is not recognized by the opposition parties. Attempts to bring about political dialogue started as early as May 2016 through an initiative facilitated by 3 former presidents from the Dominican Republic, Panama, and Spain under the auspices of the Union of South American Nations. Despite some initial progress, no concrete agreements were reached through this initiative, which was suspended by the beginning of 2017. By mid-2017, there were efforts to resume dialogue, and formal talks began in September 2017, hosted by the Dominican Republic and with international accompaniment. Talks ended without agreement on February 2018. One of the major areas of disagreement was the electoral calendar and guarantees to ensure free, transparent, and credible elections. Subsequently, the government went ahead with presidential elections in May 2018. President Nicolas Maduro was declared the winner over 2 other candidates. Most of the opposition did not participate in the elections or recognize the results. On 10 January, Nicolas Maduro was sworn in as president for a second 6-year term. On 23 January, large-scale opposition protests culminated with Juan Guaido, president of the opposition-led National Assembly, announcing that he did not recognize President Maduro or his government. Mr. Guaido proclaimed himself interim president, pledging to form a transitional government and call for elections. While the protests were largely peaceful, there were incidents of violence. The Secretary General has expressed strong concern over reports of casualties among demonstrators and has called for transparent and independent investigation of these incidents. According to the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, credible local sources have reported that at least 20 people have died in the unrest. Many more have been reportedly injured and detained in violent incidents. The High Commissioner stated yesterday, any violent incident resulting in death or injury should be subject to an independent and impartial investigation to find out whether there was excessive use of force by the authorities or if crimes have been committed by members of armed groups, pro-government or otherwise. I am extremely concerned, she said, that the situation in Venezuela may rapidly spiral out of control with catastrophic consequences. The High Commissioner also stressed that it is of utmost importance to uphold the right to peaceful assembly and refrain from excessive, disproportionate, and indiscriminate use of force. Mr. President, in a statement on 24 January, the Secretary General emphasized the urgency for all relevant actors to commit to inclusive and credible political dialogue to address the protracted crisis in the country with full respect for the rule of law and human rights. He has offered his good offices to help resolve the crisis. The main concern is the well-being of the Venezuelan people and their ability to enjoy their full rights. The UN has been providing assistance, particularly in the areas of health and nutrition, and the Secretary General had asked the International Organization for Migration and the UN High Commissioner for Refugees to establish a mechanism to to support Venezuelans leaving the country. IOM and UNHCR appointed Mr. Eduardo Stein, former Vice President of Guatemala, as their joint representative to work with regional governments to ensure that support is in place to these individuals. As the Secretary General has stated, in this crucial moment, it is important that all actors exercise maximum restraint to avoid an escalation of violence and confrontation. There are divergent visions of what the future should hold for Venezuela, but we must all be guided by the pursuit of the well-being of the Venezuelan people and work together so that their needs are fully met. We must do all we can to prevent a worsening of tensions. And we must try to help bring about a political solution that will allow the country's citizens to enjoy peace, prosperity, and all their human rights. Thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias, señora Di Carlo.
Thank you, Madam DiCarlo, for your briefing. Now I will give the floor to members of the Council who wish to make statements. I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Michael Pompeo, Secretary of State of the United States of America.
Good morning. On behalf of President Trump and the American people, I first want to thank Foreign Minister Miguel Vargas of the Dominican Republic, the current President of the Security Council, for scheduling this meeting. My former colleague, Ambassador Haley, lobbied for a year to get the Council to address Venezuela, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. This meeting is long overdue. And you all know why it's overdue. Take Carlos Aquino, a 37-year-old construction worker, weeping over the tiny coffin of his deceased infant son who had died of starvation. Such scenes of misery are now the norm in Nicolas Maduro's Venezuela, where millions of children are suffering from malnutrition and starvation, thanks to a socialist experiment that caused the economy to collapse. This human misery isn't a secret. Stories like this one are well documented by our press corps. You can read about men like Carlos every day. People like him are why the United States has called this meeting. We're here because Maduro has reduced ordinary Venezuelans who once lived in prosperity to rooting through dumpsters to find something to eat. We're here because scores of Venezuelan women, some of them teenagers, have fled Maduro's madness to other countries and in desperation turned to prostitution to survive. We're here because of Maria Vilema, a school psychologist who said through tears, "We have a government that is dedicated to destroying, not to constructing." Another man, a farmer, named Vladimir Sequeira, who never got more than a 6th grade education, but he hoped that his stepdaughter Gabriela could fulfill her dreams of being a lawyer. She now says, "Our whole future has been taken away." That future, for her and all Venezuelans, didn't magically disappear on its own. The Maduro regime's failed policies, oppression, and corruption stole that future. The United States is helping to recover a brighter future for Venezuela. We're here to urge all nations to support the democratic aspirations of the Venezuelan people as they try to free themselves from former President Maduro's illegitimate mafia state. The humanitarian situation demands action now. It demands action today. Today, 9 out of 10 citizens live in poverty. Millions lack access to drinking water and food. 3 out of 4 hospitals have been abandoned. 3 million Venezuelans have been forced to flee their homeland, thereby flooding the region and threatening international peace and security. Maduro's prisons are full of political prisoners unjustly behind bars, and the graveyards hold dissidents and protesters that have been killed by this regime. I want to talk to you about just one of them, a member of the City Council of Caracas named Fernando Albán. Just 4 months ago, he came here to the city to meet with the world's representatives who gather here every year during the United Nations General Assembly. He came here to speak about the failures of the Maduro regime and about his hopes for a more democratic and a more prosperous future for his country. After that, he went home. He went home to the country that he loved. Maduro's secret police arrested him at the airport as soon as he landed. He died in their custody 3 days later, and the pathetic explanations for this death have convinced absolutely no one. The time is now to support the Venezuelan people, to recognize the new democratic government led by interim President Guaido, and end this nightmare. No excuses. The United States stands with the Venezuelan people. So far, many other nations have chosen to do the same, and they too have recognized the legitimate government of interim President Guaido. The United States stands proudly with you as we stand together in support of Venezuela. You knew the Venezuelan people did not have a moment to spare. And now it's time for every other nation to pick a side. No more delays, no more games. Either you stand with the forces of freedom, or you're in league with Maduro and his mayhem. Some countries have publicly taken former President Maduro's side. China, Russia, Syria, and Iran are just 4 of them. Just this morning, we tried to find a way for this council to speak in one voice in support of the Venezuelan people and the democratic ideals through a presidential statement on this council. But our Russian and Chinese colleagues refuse to let this move forward. It's not a surprise that those who rule without democracy in their own countries are trying to prop up Maduro while he is in dire straits. Nor are these countries supporting international norms, as they cynically claim. China and Russia are propping up a failed regime in the hopes of recovering billions of dollars in ill-considered investments and assistance made over the years. This money was never intended to help the Venezuelan people. It lined the pockets of the Maduro regime, its cronies, and its benefactors. But no regime has done more to sustain the nightmarish condition of the Venezuelan people than the regime in Havana. For years, Cuban security and intelligence thugs, invited into Venezuela by Maduro himself and those around him, have sustained this illegitimate rule. They've trained Maduro's security and intelligence henchmen in Cuba's own worst practices. Cuba's Interior Ministry even provides former President Maduro's personal security. Members of this body often use their microphones here to condemn foreign interference in internal affairs. Let's be crystal clear. The foreign power meddling in Venezuela today is Cuba. Cuba has directly made matters worse. And the United States and our partners are the true friends of the Venezuelan people. On Wednesday, the Venezuelan people chose to take their country back. On the anniversary of the day, the dictator Marcos Jimenez Pérez was forced out of power back in 1958. We call for Venezuelans to work now, together, to peacefully restore the constitutional government and return the country to a secure, democratic, and prosperous path. As we read reports of peaceful Venezuelan protesters killed or wounded, we also repeat our insistence that Venezuela's security services show restraint. And I want to be 100% clear. President Trump and I fully expect that our diplomats will continue to receive protections provided under the Vienna Convention. Do not test the United States on our resolve to protect our own people. We hope that the international community will support the people of Venezuela and the transitional government led by Juan Guaido. On January 23rd, Guaido declared himself interim president of Venezuela in accordance with Venezuela's own constitution. He made this declaration with the full support of the National Assembly and of the Venezuelan people. Our nations must stand up for the rule of law and support the leader who the Venezuelan people have affirmed as their legitimate interim president. It is our hope that free and fair elections happen as soon as possible. Back in 1961, President Kennedy spoke in Caracas. He declared, quote, "We will be partners in building a better life for our people." America's ambition has not changed since that day. We stand with the Venezuelan people as they seek to build a better life for themselves, and we cannot ignore the suffering or tyranny taking place in this proud nation. Neither should other countries who care about freedom and prosperity. Today we call on all members of the Security Council to support Venezuela's democratic transition and interim President Guaido's role in it. Thank you.
Doy las gracias al excelentísimo señor Pompeo por su...
I thank His Excellency Mr. Pompeo for his statement.
Doy la palabra
I give the floor to His Excellency Sir Alan Duncan, Minister of State for Europe and the Americas of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this meeting. There are probably only a few moments in history when a country's rate of inflation has to be measured in millions of percent. But in the case of Venezuela, this is such a moment. And beneath that stark statistic rests a scene of total economic collapse, and with it, a comprehensive picture of human misery and degradation from which only the corrupt Venezuelan elite are able to escape. People are starving, children are malnourished, essential items are absent from the bare shelves of bankrupt stores, and from this wretchedness, millions have fled to seek refuge in neighboring countries where they have been rescued by an outpouring of human generosity. Now, this excusable and wholly avoidable wasteland, Mr. President, is entirely the creation of one man and his cronies. The ranting socialism of Nicolas Maduro has destroyed an entire country, and despite his self-congratulatory moral posturing, his enduring legacy will be to have made the poor not just poorer, but destitute. And it's our concern for the plight of Venezuela and the country's people that motivates us here today, not the sentiments of anything that can possibly be described as colonial. How indeed can any self-respecting government possibly justify supporting the poisonous regime of the nation-destroying Mr. Maduro? But in addition to holding the opinion we do because of our concern for the people of Venezuela, this United Nations and we, the Security Council, are also here to resolve the world's worst sins. And to do so, we must all uphold the rule of law, which we firmly believe should govern the affairs of all. And that rule of law has collapsed in Venezuela. Worse, it has been continuously eroded, undermined, and eradicated by the dictatorial abuses of Nicolas Maduro. And hand in hand with the economic devastation caused by this man has come the parallel removal of liberty, justice, and freedom. We have seen the theft from the Venezuelan people of its democracy. Maduro has attempted to delegitimize the National Assembly. He has created the artificial and illegitimate Constituent Assembly, and he has ruthlessly put an end to free and fair elections by stuffing ballot boxes and corrupting democratic decision. The political opposition has been suppressed and intimidated. Its leaders have fled or been imprisoned, and we will never forget that the opposition activist Fernando Albán, mentioned just now by Secretary Pompeo, was detained and then found dead beneath the windows of the National Intelligence Facility. Now, the world can now see that the presidency of Nicolas Maduro no longer rests on democratic foundations. The presidency of Nicolas Maduro is not legitimate. And we, the UK, unreservedly praise and support the extraordinary courage of Juan Guaido in his stand against Maduro's fraud, corruption, and undemocratic status. We applaud Juan Guaido's decision to assert the legitimate authority of the National Assembly. Mr. President, it is therefore right that we should now respond robustly to the courageous steps taken by the Venezuelan people and the political opposition by bringing this critical issue here to the Security Council. Council members must recognize their responsibility to ensure that the UN uses its leadership to help achieve positive change in Venezuela. Our efforts must now focus on finding a way out of the crisis that has devastated the country. So, Mr. President, let me make our position clear. The UK stands with the EU in demanding urgent, free and fair elections at the earliest opportunity and in calling for a legitimate government to be established. We stand with the Organization of American States, and we stand with the Lima Group, whose members last September referred the Venezuelan government to the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity, citing over 8,000 extrajudicial executions, 12,000 arbitrary arrests, and the detention of 13,000 political prisoners They made history by making it the first ever case in which an entire state has been referred to the ICC. And, Mr. President, we stand shoulder to shoulder with the United States in saying that the National Assembly and its President Juan Guaido are best placed to lead Venezuela to the restoration of its democracy, its economy, and its freedom. Therefore, we believe that Juan Guaido is the right man to take Venezuela forward, and we will recognize him as constitutional interim president if new elections are not announced within 8 days. We should today all stand together against the tyranny of Nicolas Maduro and in support of legitimate democratic forces in Venezuela. Venezuela can and must recover from the depths of its current despair. To do so, it needs an end to tyranny, an end to corruption, and an urgent return to freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. This Security Council must make its view clear, and we must urgently help pave the way to a brighter future for the Venezuela which Maduro has so culpably ruined. Thank you, sir.
Gracias al excelentísimo señor
I thank His Excellency Mr. Duncan for his statement. I give the floor to the representative of Peru. Thank you, President. We are grateful for the convening of today's meeting, and we also appreciate the invaluable information that's been shared with us by Ms. Di Carlo. We particularly welcome the presence with us this morning in the Security Council of senior officials who are attending this meeting this morning. We believe it's important that the Security Council does indeed proceed to discuss the situation in Venezuela under Article 34 of the Charter of the United Nations, an article which authorizes the Security Council to address any situation that might imperil the maintenance of international peace and security. Such a step of discussing this issue is also a representative of our commitment to preventive diplomacy, which is a duty of this Council. Peru notes with alarm that the breakdown of constitutional order in Venezuela has unleashed a serious political, economic and humanitarian crisis, which represents a threat to regional peace and security. The policy of repression pursued by the illegitimate regime of Nicolas Maduro targeting his own people has fueled the prospects for fresh escalations of violence, the consequences of which this Council must prevent and address in line with our solemn responsibilities. The reality faced by the Venezuelan people, that some countries are seeking to depict as a purely internal matter, is that of the ongoing massive and historic exodus of around 3.3 million persons, the direct result of the anti-democratic, oppressive and dictatorial acts and policies of the Maduro regime. Conservative estimates indicate an increase of 2 million over that figure of 3.3 million persons in the short term, given the escalation in violence and the escalation of the humanitarian crisis which is currently racking the country. We wish to underscore the extent to which the rapidity and the complexity of this phenomenon has been impacting and shaping a situation of crisis and tension at the regional level, which several countries, including my own, have had to respond to on the fly in order to provide for the most basic needs of this newly created diaspora. Peru alone has received to date some 700,000 refugees, and I wish to repeat that figure. 700,000 Venezuelan refugees and migrants have been welcomed and supported by Peru to date. President, the humanitarian crisis and the political crackdown in Venezuela are not recent. The Secretary General of the Organization of American States, the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights of the United Nations have found that evidence exists that confirms the systematic and strategic use of murder, imprisonment, torture, and rape and other forms of sexual violence, all for the purpose of cowing and terrorizing the Venezuelan people and for the purpose of crushing opposition to the regime. Given the fact that such serious crimes have occurred, In September of last year, Peru, together with Argentina, Canada, Chile, Colombia, and Paraguay, invoking Article 14 of the Rome Statute, requested the prosecutor of the ICC to begin an investigation into crimes against humanity committed by the Maduro regime in Venezuela since the 12th of February 2014. The political and security crises have worsened since the illegitimate seizure of power by Nicolás Maduro, a taking of power based on an electoral process that failed to meet minimum international standards in terms of participation, justice, transparency, and international observation, standards that need to be met as a prerequisite for elections to be considered democratic, free, fair, and credible. For said reason, the Lima Group, a mechanism comprising states of the region, the purpose of which is to seek a peaceful solution to the situation in Venezuela, did not recognize the legitimacy of the electoral process that took place on the 20th of May 2018. The illegitimate nature of the regime is the result, moreover, of an ongoing process of the dismantling of democracy and of fundamental freedoms, a process that goes hand in hand with the reiterated and evident lack of willingness of the aforementioned regime to promote peaceful solutions through dialogue with the opposition. It is painful to see that the response of the dictatorial regime of Nicolás Maduro, in light of the demonstrations of the Venezuelan people that have been the response to this crisis, has been the disproportionate use of violence, political persecution, and crackdown, for which reason we once again reiterate our previous appeal for an immediate cessation of violence and for the release of all political prisoners in Venezuela. On this particular point, the High Commissioner for Human Rights has stated that this week her office recorded 180 popular protests that led to loss of life and to widespread detention by the security forces and by pro-governmental armed groups. We require an independent investigation to ensure that those responsible for these actions answer before the courts. Here we would draw attention to the resolution adopted by the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States on the 10th of January, a resolution in which the OAS resolved not to recognize the new regime of Nicolás Maduro, and a resolution in which the OAS called upon its member states to adopt measures that would contribute to the swift restoration of democratic order. This regional position is commensurate with the declaration issued on the 4th of January by the Lima Group, a declaration in which said Lima Group urged Nicolás Maduro to transfer on a provisional basis executive power to the National Assembly until new elections can be held in Venezuela. President, Peru, together with other countries in Latin America and indeed in other regions of the world, has recognized the President of the National Assembly, Juan Guaidó, as the interim President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and has done so in strict adherence to the Constitution of the aforementioned nation, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We also uphold the constitutional authority of the National Assembly of Venezuela, which is the only democratically elected body in that country, and we resolutely support the actions adopted by said body, the National Assembly, including its decision to authorize international humanitarian aid. Peru believes that under the leadership of President Guaidó, an immediate process of democratic transition must begin, as this represents the only way in which Venezuela can start to climb out of the pit of this protracted and major crisis. This will necessitate the holding of new, democratic, credible, and transparent elections that take place in full respect for the rule of law, and elections that respect constitutional guarantees and the fundamental rights of all Venezuelans, elections that should also ensure unfettered participation and take place under international observation and meeting international standards. Finally, I would like to reiterate our commitment to and solidarity with our brother people of Venezuela, reiterating our willingness to contribute to the restoration of democracy in the aforementioned country. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank the representative of Peru. I would now like to give the floor to the representative of South Africa.
Mr. President, we want to thank you for convening today's sessions on the situation in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We also want to welcome numerous ministers present here in the Council today, as well as the briefing by Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo. Mr. President, in any country, like all the countries around this big table, political parties choose the provisions on which to conduct elections. Venezuela is no different, and it held its presidential elections on May 20th, 2018, on the basis of its national laws governing such elections. These elections also took place in accordance with the agreement of electoral guarantees that was signed by political parties shortly before the elections. The elections were further overseen by Venezuelan National Electoral Council, like in any other countries, developed and developing countries. It was on this basis that the South African President, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, congratulated President Maduro following his inauguration for the second term as President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Mr. President, a founding principle of the South African constitutional democracy that we hold very dear is the respect for the rule of law. We are therefore deeply concerned by what is a clear attempt in Venezuela to circumvent the country's constitutional legal mechanisms which govern its elections. Any grievances or dispute should be resolved in a peaceful manner through a proper mechanism and processes provided for in the Constitution of Venezuela and its electoral laws, without external influence. This is a standard practice everywhere by every country, and indeed best practice in all democracies that subscribes to the rule of law. Mr. President, South Africa echoes the statement made by the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, in Davos on the 24th of January 2019, where he urged a de-escalation of tension to prevent further violence. We further support the Secretary General's call for the, I quote, an urgent need for all relevant actors to commit to inclusive, credible political dialogue to address the protracted crisis in the country, with full respect for the rule of law and human rights, close quotes. So I would thus call on all parties to participate in a national dialogue process to ensure unity and reconciliation, and in the furtherance of a political solution of the situation of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We'd like to reiterate that any further action or grievance by either party should be resolved through due legal processes of the country. We are indeed also concerned about the humanitarian situation in Venezuela and the resultant migration that have taken place. We call all the international community, as well as relevant UN agencies and bodies, to work with the general government and its neighbors to assist in need. Mr. President, I wish to stress that South Africa is firmly against any attempt of undue or unconstitutional change of government of Venezuela. The Security Council should never be an instrument that validates an unconstitutional changes of any government anywhere, anytime. Instead, the Council should promote avenues that create environment for conclusive, inclusive dialogue, and that cooperation that will ease the challenges and hardships faced by Venezuelan people. I thank you.
I want to thank the representative of South Africa. And I now give the floor to the representative of Equatorial Guinea. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We would like to thank the Undersecretary General of the United Nations for political and peace-building affairs, Madam Rosemary DiCarlo, for the picture she has painted to us of the current situation of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Mr. President, the Republic of Equatorial Guinea has been following very closely the development of the situation in Venezuela, and in particular the sequence of events reported in the media over the past week. Of course, we're very concerned that this may reach a situation that will cause great suffering to the population. Our delegation considers it an urgent priority that all the interested parties refrain from acts of violence and provocation. At the same time, we would like to make an appeal to the government, to the opposition political parties, to civil society, and to the people of Venezuela to arm themselves with courage, wisdom, and resolve to overcome the situation and to find a lasting solution to peace and security based on respect for human rights and the fundamental freedoms of Venezuelan citizens. This solution, beside being peaceful and democratic, should be based on the constitutional framework of Venezuela. Equatorial Guinea considers that the situation of Venezuela is an internal, domestic matter and does not represent a threat to international peace and security. We therefore urge the Security Council and international community to be sufficiently cautious and to keep in mind the recent experiences in the Middle East and in Africa to avoid a spillover of the situation in Venezuela. The main role of the United Nations and of the international community in this situation should be focused on supporting efforts in the country that promote a frank and inclusive intra-Venezuelan dialogue that allows the parties to negotiate their differences that are pushing Venezuela to the edge. In other words, Mr. President, both the neighboring countries as well as countries in the region and the entire international community should not pour fuel on the current fire in Venezuela so it doesn't become a huge fire out of control. Rather, they should act as firefighters to extinguish this bonfire, facilitating an inter-Venezuelan dialogue that's inclusive and peaceful as the only way of finding a solution to the current situation. Because neither external interference or violent and extreme positions will facilitate this solution. Rather, quite to the contrary, they will only aggravate the situation. We need to leave the Venezuelans the opportunity and the space to engage in dialogue and to find a solution. Mr. President, the appeal of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea for a domestic dialogue is based on the following realities. One, in the recent experiences of Middle East and in Africa, and specifically in Libya, we are seeing today the spiraling out of control of a situation generated by an external intervention. As a result, and due to the implementation of an ill-intentioned resolution in 2011, a resolution of this Security Council based on the right to protect, let us compile the statistics and establish the figures on the current suffering and the number of lives lost and that continue to be lost, not only in Libya, but in the entire sub-region of Western Africa, including Central Africa, as a result of terrorist activity, organized crime, and the creation of various armed groups as a consequence of that foreign intervention, which focus only on a change of regime without concerning itself with what would happen afterwards. Second, it is an article of faith, Mr. President, in the Security Council and the United Nations that we should respect the rule of law. Well, in Venezuela, all the constitutional norms recognize and unequivocally support the current government in power, which is why the international community should also support this situation based on the principle of the rule of law. Lastly, thirdly, and no less importantly, a change of government, as some are trying to effect in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, would create a very dangerous precedent that could have very dangerous consequences in many countries after the holding of elections. For all these reasons, Mr. President, the Republic of Equatorial Guinea acknowledges, respects, and adheres to the constitutional order of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. And we hope that the parties involved will resolve their differences through dialogue and will refrain, as I've said earlier, to carry out violent actions that could only contribute to exacerbating even more and making the current situation even more vulnerable. This is why, acknowledging the principle of subsidiarity, we ask that the actions of the organizations and parties involved in the region be in line with international laws and the principles and purposes of the United Nations Charter. It is indeed bearing this in mind that we call on the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, to use his skill and diplomatic experience to play the role of good offices as a facilitator and mediator in this crisis. Thank you very much.
Gracias al representante.
I thank the representative of Equatorial Guinea. I give the floor now to the representative of France. President, I'd like to begin by thanking Under-Secretary General Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing on the tragic situation that is currently being experienced by the Venezuelan people. In point of fact, for some 3 years now, Venezuela has been plunged into an unprecedented crisis, a depleted economy, a people deprived of basic goods, a bloody crackdown on the opposition and peaceful demonstrators, as well as the exodus of more than 3 million Venezuelan people, both as migrants and refugees, who are seeking to fear a situation that we will quite frankly describe as chaotic. This problem is not restricted to the borders of Venezuela alone. Rather, it represents a destabilizing factor for regional security. It is therefore entirely legitimate that our Council deals with this issue as part of our role as a body preventing conflicts. Against that backdrop, I would like to underscore 2 priorities that I hope will lead towards a resolution to the crisis. The first priority is that of respecting the will and determination of the people. France here hails the courage of the hundreds of thousands of protesters who have taken to the streets in Venezuela since the 23rd of January. As President Macron said, democracy must be restored in Venezuela. Nicolás Maduro, who sought to take on a second mandate on the basis of a travesty of an election, must immediately announce the organization of new presidential elections that this time should be democratic, which is to say free, fair and transparent in line with Venezuelan constitutional order, which should be internationally observed. France has pleaded repeatedly for a political and negotiated solution to the crisis. The European Union has repeatedly offered to help to negotiate a solution to the political crisis where it can. Nicolas Maduro must understand that this is his last opportunity and he must take it. As President Macron and Prime Minister Sanchez said this morning, if elections are not announced in the next 8 days, we stand ready to recognize Juan Guaido as interim president of Venezuela as the first step in a political process. We will work together with our European partners in that understanding. President, France, moreover, calls upon the Venezuelan authorities to respect the rights of the National Assembly, in particular the principle of the immunity of its members, given the fact that the National Assembly is the only genuinely and legitimately democratically elected body in Venezuela. As part of respecting the rights of the National Assembly, the authorities must refrain from all acts of repression against that body and against the people of the country at large. The people of Venezuela who are politically engaged in the defense of human rights and of Venezuelan democracy must be able to pursue their activities without fear of threat or reprisals. The excessive use of force is, to speak plainly, unacceptable, particularly that force targeting democratically elected representatives of civil society and peaceful protesters. The Venezuelan people have the right to have their voice heard, and France would recall here its attachment to the freedom of the press and the protection of journalists who must be able to exercise their profession freely. President, France's second priority, which is equally urgent and pressing, is that of putting an end to the humanitarian crisis. Millions of Venezuelans have been forced to flee their country in the absence of a state capable of providing basic services, particularly medical care and basic goods. The solidarity of the countries of the region, in particular the solidarity of Colombia, Ecuador, Peru and Brazil, faced with this human tragedy, is to be hailed. The High Commissioner for Refugees, as well as the International Organization for Migration, who have appointed a joint special representative, are also engaged in laudable work. France, in its national capacity, and the European Union are also contributing where they can to this humanitarian effort in order to mitigate the suffering of the Venezuelan people. Given that the situation continues to deteriorate, France urges the Venezuelan authorities to authorize and facilitate the work of international humanitarian actors and of NGOs who are seeking to provide humanitarian assistance to the most vulnerable men and women in society, in particular children, persons with disabilities and the elderly. President, France, a staunch proponent of freedom, equality and fraternity, principles that feature in our very national motto, stands shoulder to shoulder with the Venezuelan people and hails the courage of all those who are ready to defend liberty and the democratic institutions of their country. Thank you very much. My thanks to the representative of France. I give the floor now to the representative of Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I would like to welcome the participation of the honorable ministers in today's meeting. We have listened carefully to the briefing by Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo, Under-Secretary General for Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, and we appreciate the valuable information regarding the recent developments in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We take note of the two letters addressed to the President of the Security Council by the Secretary General of the Organization of American States and the Chargé d'Affaires of the U.S. delegation regarding the decisions taken by the organization on the recent crisis in Venezuela. Mr. President, we have committed ourselves to implementing fully the principles of the UN Charter in order to maintain international peace and security. Therefore, we must work together to address the challenges of our day. Article 34, Chapter 6 of the Charter states that the Security Council may investigate any dispute or any situation which might lead to international friction or give rise to a dispute in order to determine whether the continuance of the dispute or situation is likely to endanger the maintenance of international peace and security. This is why the Security Council has a vital role in implementing preventive diplomacy to prevent conflicts and to address crises at an early stage. If there are any early signs that might lead to a threat to international peace and security, that is, according to the mandate given to the Council based on Article 24, Chapter 5 of the Charter. Since joining the Council, we have sought to implement our priorities based on international law, while promoting the role of preventive diplomacy and stepping up our efforts to prevent conflicts and to settle them peacefully. We believe that preventive diplomacy is one of the main tools when dealing with crises and addressing them at an early stage in order to avoid economic and political losses, including human loss. Mr. President, we follow with concern the recent developments in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and we regret recent reports regarding casualties among civilians during protests in Venezuelan cities. The state of Kuwait stresses the need to respect freedom of expression and peaceful assembly, as guaranteed in international law, including the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights adopted by the General Assembly in 1966. The ICCPR guarantees, inter alia, the freedom of expression and the freedom of peaceful assembly and association, according to national laws. As a result of the current political crisis in Venezuela, all stakeholders must prioritize national interests over personal or partisan interests. They must commit to a comprehensive and inclusive political dialogue to resolve the crisis. We call on all parties to exercise self-restraint, reduce tensions, reject violence, and make every effort to prevent any further human losses. We support the statement issued by the Secretary General on this matter. Mr. President, we belong to a region whose countries have seen recently protests and demonstrations that started as peaceful. Unfortunately, these protests have become violent, leading to grave human loss and to destruction of infrastructure. Some of them have even led to the tragedies that we are witnessing today. And we are all suffering from the repercussions of such tragedies that affect international and regional stability. Therefore, we must step up our efforts to prevent these events from recurring, whether in our region or in any other region of the world. In closing, I stress the need for the Security Council to address these situations by relying on the main and agreed principles of relations among nations, including the principles of the UN Charter, which call for respecting the sovereignties of state while avoiding any internal interference into their affairs, and while respecting the mandates in the Charter. These principles govern relations among nations, and they should be the principles we rely on when addressing these situations. We hope that Venezuela will be able to overcome this crisis peacefully while ensuring peace, security, and stability for its people. Thank you.
My thanks to the representative of Kuwait. I give the floor now to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're grateful to Madam Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing. Mr. President, we have no doubt that today's meeting has been called by the American delegation with only one purpose: to continue destabilizing the situation in Venezuela by imposing on this country its own approaches and recipes to resolve the problems which it has encountered recently. The meeting, which we are being forced to be present, is another element of the strategy of the United States to effect regime change in Venezuela. We regret that in its unethical ploys, the United States is involving the Security Council. However, since we have met today, we would like to share with you our principal views on what is taking place. Let us be absolutely honest. The topic of today's meeting is not at all the situation in Venezuela, as the organizers are trying to present it. And by the way, today the Council is clearly divided on this issue. Today, we are examining here, unfortunately, the most typical case of what is called, quote-unquote, a threat to international peace and security created by the threat of the use of force against the political independence of a state, end of quote. The authors of the UN Charter, and by the way, among those authors, and one of the main authors, were the United States, tried to save the world from these kinds of events, included this warning in Chapter 2.4. But obviously Washington hasn't opened that book for quite a long time. Such gross interference by the United States in the internal affairs of another state is nothing new. The Americans have not changed and judging by everything, do not intend to change their relationship to the Latin America as an area of exclusive interest of the United States, a kind of backyard where you can do anything you want without taking into account the interests of the people living there. We're talking about the reincarnation of the so-called Monroe Doctrine, about which President Trump openly spoke during his statement at the high-level segment at the 73rd General Assembly. Back in 1913, President Woodrow Wilson spoke about how the United States intended to teach the republics of South America to elect good people. And well, today that lesson is being visited on Venezuela, who dared in the recent past to conduct an independent policy that does not comply with the economic and political interests of the warden who watches over the Western Hemisphere. I would like to quote the words of another American president spoken in the Congress on the eve of the creation of the United Nations. He was one of the founding fathers of this organization. He considered this his main political project and truly believed that its creation made it possible to ensure humanity would not experience wars and conflicts. I'm talking about Franklin Delano Roosevelt. The Yalta Accords, and I quote, ought to spell the end of unilateral actions, spheres of influence, balance of power, and exclusive alliances that have been tried for centuries and have always failed, end of quote. Unfortunately, the real policy of the United States in the Western, and not just Western Hemisphere, is in stark contrast to these noble and just ideals. The regime changes favor a geopolitical game of the United States. It's no secret for anyone Washington's attempts to undermine Nicaragua. The fact of open interference of the United States in the internal affairs of the state was confirmed by a decision of the International Court in The Hague in 1986 as part of the Iran-Contra affair. At the time, the United States tried to finance Nicaraguan rebels. The Cubans well remember the Bay of Pigs. The Chileans will never forget the role of the United States in overthrowing Salvador Allende. In front of our very eyes, the attempts by the United States to impose their will on other nations is being complemented with another chapter. And this is just some of what Washington has done just in Latin America. The nations of Africa, Asia, the Middle East, the Pacific region, and Europe have quite a bit to add to this list. So against this background, the inventing out of thin air of so-called evidence of interference in the United States elections, as well as the accusation of other countries in malign policies, appears not only absurd, but practically funny. On the 20th of May of 2018, the Venezuelan people once again supported Nicolas Maduro as the president of the state by giving him almost 68% of the votes. And now, anticipating this situation, Washington did everything possible from the very start to discredit the vote and cast a shadow on the re-elected executive of the country. In particular, there is enough evidence about the fact that on a number of opposition candidates, the strongest pressure was exerted so that they would withdraw their candidatures and not compete in the elections. Ultimately, using the pretext of a boycott by part of the opposition, the United States and their allies started implementing a plan to overthrow the legitimate authorities of the country. And as we know from the American press, actively participated prominent members of the Congress of the United States Congress in this process. Prominent members. Now, hot on the heels of the election, an attempt to overthrow the government was unsuccessful, and so Washington tried to destabilize the situation, including through the Organization of American States and a number of neighbors of Venezuela. But, as is well known, it was not possible to adopt an anti-Venezuela resolution at the Permanent Council of the OIS. They were not able to push that through. The organization, there's not enough support in the organization for these plans, which is quite indicative. Today, we're witnessing the culmination of these efforts, time to coincide with the inauguration of the legitimately elected president. Extremist opponents of the legitimate government, having failed to defeat Maduro, are including by physically removing him, have chosen a scenario of maximum confrontation. On the 23rd of January, the President of the National Assembly proclaimed himself as the interim President of Venezuela. The United States and a number of other countries immediately recognized him, thus confirming that they either abetted or were directly involved in this artificial creation of a parallel government, which now threatens with serious destabilization within the country. National Security Advisor John Bolton made a Bolshevik-style statement about the expropriation of all Venezuelan property on the territory of the United States, while, on the other hand, the allies from the opposition have been promised financial support. We strongly condemn those who are pushing the Venezuelan society to the edge of a bloody bloodbath. The United States are painting a picture of a confrontation between the Maduro regime and the people of Venezuela. This picture is far from reality. In spite of everything, the leader of Venezuela obviously has broad support among the people. And by the way, according to sociological surveys conducted in October of 2018 by an organization close to the opposition, the National Assembly, the leader of which is currently being positioned in Washington as almost a president, is not supported by almost 70% of the people of Venezuela. And once again, about the elections and about being informed. The distinguished representative of the United Kingdom spoke about stuffed ballot boxes in Venezuela, suggesting that the elections were rigged. Well, just for information, there are no ballot boxes in Venezuela. It uses an electronic system of voting. Now, supporting Venezuela, we first and foremost are against the violation of international law, in particular provisions of the UN, which clearly condemn any interference in the internal affairs of independent states. Furthermore, the American leaders are making suggestions that they might be ready, even willing to use force, talking about all options being on the table. Using the presence Secretary of State Mr. Pompeo. We want to ask him directly, does that mean that the United States is ready to use military force against a sovereign state under a bogus pretext? Because it is here in this room that we need to hear a clear answer whether Washington intends to once again violate the UN Charter. Secretary of State Pompeo claims that only China, Russia, Cuba, Syria, and Iran are supporting Maduro. Well, if Secretary of State would find the time to stay here in this room a little bit longer, he would hear directly how many states condemn the policy of internal interference into the internal affairs and regime change. These countries are not there to support the Maduro regime. What they are here for is to support international law. And I think the Secretary of State has already had a chance to hear this. Possibly in the context of the notion of rules-based order, which has been promoted by our Western colleagues, such actions of overthrowing rogue regimes are welcomed by them. But international law classifies such actions quite clearly as a violation of the UN Charter, and in particular, Chapter 2.4. We consider this behavior unacceptable. It undermines the principles of the UN Charter and the basic norms of international behavior and relations. We would also like to address our Latin American partners. Do you understand that in case you continue with your actions, tomorrow, instead of Venezuela, any other Latin American country can find itself in its place? The illegality of what is taking place in Venezuela is flagrant, and the leadership of the Organization of American States salutes this, and following Washington rubber stamps threats against an independent state. We're convinced that to resolve the Venezuelan crisis, a number of obvious and simple steps need to be taken. First of all external interference needs to stop, and there needs to be an end to propping up the leaders of the opposition. Secondly, all efforts should be made to launch an inter-Venezuelan dialogue and attempts to find a solution through negotiation. A determining role can and should be played by the neighbors of Venezuela. We know that similar initiatives are already being put forward. Lastly, thirdly, we should refrain from discriminatory economic measures against this country. It's no secret that the current economic crisis is to a large extent provoked by those countries who are the first to cry about the suffering of the Venezuelan people. And I would like to make correct something that Secretary of State Pompeo said. We did not block the presidential statement proposed by the United States. We made certain constructive amendments which we are sure were wholeheartedly supported by a majority of members of the Security Council. Some will be supported, many of whom have already done that. Some of them have already supported that. So the ball now is on the side of the American delegation. It's up to them. But we're not sure that this kind of statement is based on carefully weighed assessment of the Secretary General, which confirms the sovereignty of Venezuela and the fact that interference into its internal affairs is unacceptable and its constitution should be respected, something that we believe that it's important to lower the rhetoric and to refrain from threats and ultimatums. And it's important to contribute to having a dialogue, a normal dialogue and negotiation begin in Venezuela and for the situation to be stabilized. We are ready to contribute to this, and we call everyone to assist us. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
My thanks to the representative of the Russian Federation, and I give the floor now to the representative of Germany.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Germany very much appreciates that this item today is on the agenda. And referring to my Russian colleague who just said at the beginning that this was put on the agenda by the US, I may want to remind him that this agenda point was put on the agenda by the South American countries in the Council, by Peru, Dominican Republic, and the United States. So it's not only the concern of the US, but it's clearly also the concern of the countries in the region. And with regard to the question if this is a threat for international peace and security, you heard probably the statement also by our ambassador from Kuwait, who is far from the region, who clearly said that preventive diplomacy is something that we have to put on the agenda of the Security Council. And this was also said by our colleague from Peru, this was said by our colleague from France, where really we said there is a potential threat for international peace and security, and it's right with regard to conflict prevention that the Security Council deals with this issue. And in your statement, I didn't hear anything about the South American countries that are suffering right now. We have heard the figures, and I would like also to thank Rosemary Di Carlo for her briefing. We have heard the figures about the impact of the crisis on the region. There are more than 3 million Venezuelans who have fled their country. There are 700,000 refugees that Peru is taking care of. We have Colombia here, and the foreign minister of Colombia will later on say what this means for their country. And the same holds true for Brazil. And I think we should really commend these countries for what they are doing, for hosting these countries who have fled their country because the living circumstances are as what they are in these countries. So Germany stands in solidarity with Venezuela's neighbors. They bear the burden of receiving the displaced population in dire need of shelter and humanitarian assistance. And we would commend your tireless efforts and commitment to providing a safe haven for those who search refuge from the catastrophic humanitarian conditions, lack of food and health service in Venezuela. Let me recall what led to this massive movement of refugees. And this is also by a severe violation of international law, the violation of humanitarian law, of human rights laws. And the democratic principle, human rights, fundamental freedoms are continued to be violated. This is a situation, again, where in particular women and children are most effective. And Russian colleague mentioned Roosevelt. Let me come back also to Roosevelt. Let me come back to Eleanor Roosevelt. She inspired the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And on paragraph 20, Article 25, it says, "Everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, housing, and medical care, and necessary social services." Sadly, at this moment, we have to say this does not hold true for the people of Venezuela, where a box of pills costs more than the monthly minimum wage and baby milk formula more than 2 months' salary. But protesting against such an impossible situation can land you in jail. And we heard again the reports also of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights about detentions that have taken place during the last days, the death of more than 20 people. So let me repeat what the High Commissioner, what former President Bachelet said yesterday. She urged the Venezuelan authorities to exercise restraint, respect everyone's fundamental right to peaceful assembly and freedom of expression, and remind that excessive and disproportionate or indiscriminate use of force is clearly and unequivocally prohibited under international law. And also I would like to support what Mrs. Bachelet demanded and what Ms. Di Carlo said already at the beginning, that these violent deaths that have occurred these last days have to be subject to independent and impartial investigation. So because of these massive violations of human rights. Because of the threat for international peace and security, it's right that the Council discusses it. So what needs to be done? We call on all stakeholders to respect the Venezuelan constitution. The National Assembly is the only democratically elected institution whose constitutional powers have to be respected. On President Maduro's and his election, he has not been freely elected. Quote, the OAS, we do not recognize Mr. Maduro as the legitimate president of Venezuela. The OAS called the Maduro election day an infamous day for democracy in the Americas. And also quoting the OAS, there can be no democracy without elections, but Maduro showed that elections can be held without democracy. So in the conclusions, we urge all parties to refrain from the use of force. We call for the organization of free and fair elections with international observers, with all candidates allowed to run for office. And until then, there is only one credible and legitimate institution, and this is the National Assembly, which was democratically elected. And this is why Germany supports the President of Parliament, Juan Guaido, as representative of this institution, and support his call for new elections to re-establish the constitutional order in Venezuela. So Germany, as the United Kingdom and France, we expect the holding of free, transparent and credible elections. And if such a step is not announced within 8 days, we are ready to recognize Juan Guaido as interim president. Germany will not leave the Venezuelan people alone. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Germany, and I give the floor now to the representative of Poland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Firstly, let me thank Under-Secretary General Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing to the Council. I welcome also the honorable ministers present today in this Council. Poland supported the request made by the United States and other countries for today's briefing because we believe that the scale of Venezuelan migration and humanitarian crisis, both resulting from oppressive regime of Nicolás Maduro, have undeniable impact and tremendous consequences on the situation in the neighboring Latin American countries. This situation de facto poses a threat to stability and security of the region. We stay in solidarity with them. Poland aligns itself with the common European Union approach to the recent events in Venezuela. We consider the National Assembly as the only legitimate power in Venezuela that has democratic mandate, won in free and fair elections in line with the Venezuelan constitution. We also recognize its constitutional prerogatives, its members and its leaders. We repeat the call that the civil rights, freedom and safety of all National Assembly members, including its president, need to be observed and respected. We fully support democratic aspirations of the Venezuelan people expressed during the most recent massive demonstrations. Furthermore, we recognize Juan Guaido as the legitimate democratic voice and leader that might initiate the transition process in Venezuela. We join him in a call for urgent holding of free, transparent and credible presidential elections in accordance with international democratic standards and the Venezuelan constitutional order. It finally has to be heard by Venezuelan authorities. In the absence of an announcement of the organization of fresh elections with the necessary guarantees over the next days, Poland will take further actions, including on the issue of recognition of the country's leadership in line with Article 233 of the Venezuelan Constitution. There are certain challenges ahead. The main objective is to guarantee, together with relevant regional organizations, its member states, and with support of the European Union, the peaceful character of the transition process taking place in Venezuela. We call for respect of democracy, rule of law, and fundamental rights and freedoms, including the freedom of assembly and of expression, and above all, to refrain from violence. We condemn the indiscriminate use of force that has already led to increasing deaths, injuries, arbitrary detentions, and any other form of repression. Furthermore, we call for the immediate release of all political prisoners and detainees. There has been at least 26 people killed and over 340 detained in recent days. This situation is unacceptable. In conclusion, Mr. President, I would like to underline that demands of the civil society cannot be left unanswered. People's massive calls for democracy and their voices shall not be ignored. Thank you.
Gracias.
I thank the representative of Poland, and I give the floor now to the representative of China.
Mr. President, first of all, I wish to thank U.S. Carlo for her briefing. We have been following closely the current situation in Venezuela and call upon all relevant parties in Venezuela to stay rational and keep calm, and bear in mind the fundamental interests of the country and its people to seek a political solution to the issues through peaceful dialogue within the framework of the Venezuelan Constitution. China supports the efforts made by the Venezuelan government to uphold national sovereignty, independence, and stability. China maintains that all countries should abide by the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, especially the norms governing international relations and the principles of international law, such as non-interference in each other's internal affairs, mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, and refrain from threatening to use force. China always upholds the principle of non-interference in other countries' internal affairs and opposes foreign interference in Venezuela's affairs. The situation in Venezuela belongs to the domestic affairs of that country. It does not constitute a threat to international peace and security, and it is not on the agenda of the Security Council. China is against adding the situation in Venezuela to the agenda of the Security Council. The Venezuela's affairs must be and can only be chosen and decided by the Venezuelan people themselves. We call upon all relevant parties to respect the choice of the Venezuelan people. Maintaining stability and development in Venezuela serves the interests of all relevant parties. We hope all parties can contribute more to Venezuela's stability. We hope that the international community can jointly create favorable conditions for that. Just now, the U.S. delegate made unreasonable accusations against the position of China in his statement. China firmly opposed to such accusations. As is known to all, China has always been committed to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and respected the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of all countries. China does not interfere in other countries' internal affairs. We hope the country that accuses others can do likewise itself. Thank you, Mr. President.
My thanks to the representative of China, and I give the floor now to the representative of Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to welcome honorable ministers present with us here today in this August chambers. and also to thank the Under-Secretary General Di Carlo for her briefing. Mr. President, Indonesia voted abstain based on the following consideration. First, we believe that today's briefing should be considered under a different agenda item, namely the agenda item, I quote, cooperation between the United Nations and regional organizations in maintaining international peace and security. Secondly, Indonesia has always been consistent in upholding and respecting the principles of non-interference, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of all countries, including Venezuela. But at the same time, we are also cognizant of the fact that the humanitarian situation in Venezuela is concerning and requires proper attention. The fact that millions of Venezuelans is seeking refuge across the border shows that Venezuela is facing serious conditions. According to the data of UN agencies, more than 3 million Venezuelans has left the country. This situation should not be left unattended. The safety and prosperity of the people of Venezuela is at stake and should be prioritized. Mr. President, Indonesia expects that this meeting of the Security Council today could have as its main priority the call to all parties to exercise maximum restraint in order to avoid escalation of tension, which would exacerbate further the situation. The Council must also encourage the promotion of a political solution by all relevant stakeholders to conduct national dialogue through a credible, transparent, and democratic process. The inclusion of Venezuela into the UNSC agenda must reflect a commitment to supporting the realization of sustained peace and stability in the country. It is high time for the Council to play its pivotal role to bridge differences. With this approach, we would find solutions to problems without creating new problems and complexities, and without contradicting the principle as enshrined in the UN Charter. I thank you, Mr. President.
Gracias.
My thanks to the representative of Indonesia. I'd like to give the floor now to the representative of Belgium. President, at a time when 3 million people have fled their country as a result of the political and economic collapse of said country, the threat to the stability of the region is abundantly clear. As far as Belgium is concerned, this Council has a clear responsibility to address the situation in Venezuela, which duly constitutes a threat to international peace and security. In order to prevent further deterioration of the already worrying situation, we call upon all members of this Council to pull together to promote a peaceful resolution to the crisis. I would like to take this opportunity to express publicly my gratitude and admiration to the countries of the region who have demonstrated huge solidarity and humbling generosity to those Venezuelans who have taken refuge in their countries. Belgium expresses its support to these countries, playing host to Venezuelans who have fled abroad, and also our support to Mr. Eduardo Stein, the Joint Special Representative of the UNHCR and the IOM for Venezuela. Given that the situation on the ground is very unstable, I would like to echo the statement issued by the European Union this morning to share with you 4 messages now. Firstly, a call for restraint and a de-escalation. Secondly, I wish to underscore the need to re-establish constitutional order in Venezuela and to begin the process of reconciliation. My third message is the importance of listening to the Venezuelans themselves, and fourthly, the respect for the fundamental rights of the people of Venezuela. I begin by calling upon those who have influence over these events to demonstrate restraint. The mass popular protests that have taken place in Venezuela over recent days have been met with senseless and indiscriminate violence by the authorities, leading to the tragic death of several people and leaving many more injured. Belgium presents its sincere condolences to the families of the deceased. We condemn in the strongest possible terms the excessive use of force by the security forces and call for the opening of an independent inquiry, echoing the similar appeal made by Ms. Bachelet. Our second message, Belgium calls for the restoration of constitutional order in Venezuela. The presidential elections which took place in May of last year were in no way free, fair, or credible, thus stripping the government of Nicolás Maduro of any democratic legitimacy. Venezuela stands in urgent need of a government that genuinely represents the will of the people and that is capable of beginning a process of reconciliation. Belgium recognizes and fully supports the National Assembly as a democratically elected institution, and we make an urgent call for the powers of the National Assembly to be restored and respected. I also call upon the authorities to guarantee and uphold the civil rights, the freedom and the security and safety of all members of the National Assembly, including the President of that body, Juan Guaidó, respecting the immunity for members of the National Assembly guaranteed by the Constitution. Thirdly, we need to pay heed to the people of Venezuela themselves. Over recent years, the citizens of that country have spoken up courageously and on multiple occasions. Several have paid with their lives for their bravery. When they voted for change, they were given short shrift. They were not listened to. Today, they have taken to the streets in Caracas to demand their right to choose their own future. Belgium reiterates its firmly held belief that a peaceful and inclusive democratic solution is the only way of ending the current political deadlock and of bringing to an end the serious social crisis that said political deadlock has ushered in. Together with the European Union, we call for the urgent holding of fair, credible and transparent presidential elections in full respect for the Constitution and in line with democratic standards. In the absence of an announcement organizing new elections with the necessary guarantees in place in the next 8 days, we will take additional measures, including particularly the recognition of the constitutional role enshrined in Article 233 of the Venezuelan Constitution of the President of the National Assembly, Juan Guaidó. Fourthly, the fundamental rights of the Venezuelan people must be respected. The detention of protesters and the acts of violence meted out against them are a source of serious concern. Belgium calls upon the authorities to put an end to the practice of the arbitrary detention of protesters and of political opponents, and to ensure the respect for and upholding of fundamental rights. The freedom of the press must also be guaranteed. By the same token, we call upon the authorities to take specific and tangible measures to mitigate the impact of the crisis and to facilitate the delivery of humanitarian aid in order to meet the most urgent needs of the people. President, by way of conclusion, we call for all to come together to work towards a non-violent and democratic solution to the crisis. We recall that this crisis can only be resolved through dialogue, and that only dialogue can pave the way to a process of reconciliation. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the representative of Belgium for a statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you, Your Excellency, Minister of Foreign Affairs. My delegation would like to thank Under Secretary General Madame Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing. We also would like to hail the distinguished ministers who are taking part in this session. Mr. President, my delegation is concerned by the latest developments of the political and institutional crisis that has engulfed Venezuela over the past few years. This crisis, which has been compounded by severe economic difficulties, has provoked a humanitarian crisis and the exodus of over 4 million Venezuelans to neighboring countries. In the face of the seriousness of this situation, my country calls on the international community to mobilize its efforts by implementing all mechanisms envisioned in the United Nations Charter to achieve a peaceful solution to the crisis and mitigate the suffering of the Venezuelan people. On this point, my delegation urges all relevant actors to restrain and to engage on the path of dialogue and negotiation to resolve their differences. We also call on everyone to use all legal and peaceful mechanisms in order to find the best possible solutions to the institutional and political conflict, which has entered a critical phase over the past few days. My country also would like to make an appeal to regional actors to support all peaceful initiatives that could contribute to resolving this crisis. Indeed, the stability of Venezuela is essential, both for its people and for the region as a whole. In this context, the United Nations must play a paramount role by supporting the efforts of the sub-region as part of efforts at preventive diplomacy. Mr. President, to conclude, Côte d'Ivoire reiterates its standing position that only the path of dialogue and a spirit of compromise makes it possible to resolve all differences in a lasting fashion. We appeal to once again, to all the actors of the Venezuelan conflict to overcome their differences and engage in honest negotiations to resolve the crisis. Thank you. Thank you very much to the representative of Côte d'Ivoire for his statement.
I will now make a statement in my capacity as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Dominican Republic.
Gracias.
I begin by thanking Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing and the information contained therein, information that she has shared with the Security Council on the issue of Venezuela. The Dominican Republic has followed very closely the development of events in Venezuela, a country to which we are tied by historical links. Juan Pablo Duarte lived and died in Venezuela, a fellow struggler for the patriotic cause. Countless citizens of the Dominican Republic have found shelter over the years in Venezuela, and we have received support from this country as a result of its oil wealth. These are facts that have left an unwavering debt of gratitude harbored by the Dominican Republic towards their Venezuelan brothers and sisters. It is for these and for many other reasons that we are tied to this South American country in a unique and special way, and it is for this reason that we wish the very best and brightest of future to Venezuela. I think it worth recalling that the Dominican Republic hosted a process of dialogue between the opposition and the Venezuelan government that took place in 2017 and was revisited in 2018. It is a process supported by various countries in the region. For several months, representatives of the two sectors, the government and the opposition, sought to forge an agreement to resolve the political crisis in Venezuela. Said dialogue did not achieve its desired goal because of the fragmentation of the opposition and because its leaders put their personal interests above national interests. It also failed because the government was inflexible in the granting of the space necessary for the holding of credible and fair open elections. They refused to allow all opposition leaders who wished to take part in those elections to take part. The actions of the government and of the opposition in that dialogue led to a missed opportunity, a valuable opportunity provided by the Dominican Republic that it was hoped would lead to a peaceful, democratic and stable resolution to the crisis. The lack of political will and the inflexibility shown by both sides led to this failure. It is well known and acknowledged both by the government and opposition in Venezuela that the government of the Dominican Republic did its utmost to try and ensure that said dialogue would lead to a lasting solution. We spared no efforts. we had established a framework agreement for the elections that would have allowed for the participation of all political actors, that would have seen international observers, that would have met the standards of democracy, and that would have thus represented an opportunity for the voice of Venezuelans to be heard. There is a need for elections in Venezuela that met the minimum standards of democracy, and if those minimum standards are not met, then such a government is not legitimate. There have been concerns, and well-founded concerns, about the elections that did take place in the absence of such standards in Venezuela. We recognize a core principle of our foreign policy, and that is dialogue is the best mechanism for the peaceful resolution of conflicts, and it must be pursued at all costs. We have reiterated a Dominican proposal that we submitted in the deliberations of the OAS on the 10th of January. We made it clear that only through dialogue and through the participation of all political stakeholders in Venezuela can we achieve national reconciliation and find the necessary and vital conditions for the holding of a fresh round of elections that will duly reflect the will of the people and will thus peacefully resolve the current crisis racking this country. And we make the point that in order to prepare for the process of transition and for fair and transparent elections, there is a need for assistance and support by the international community to support all the political stakeholders in Venezuela in the process of dialogue that will open the door to the holding of the aforementioned free and fair elections in the swiftest possible time frame. We recommend the support of the United Nations and of other international organizations, support that should be accepted by both sides in this process. There can be no shadow of a doubt that the situation in Venezuela has deteriorated and has reached a point of serious concern. It is a crisis that does duly threaten stability and has led to the emigration of millions of Venezuelans, creating several problems for many Latin American countries. But first and foremost, those who are suffering the most are the Venezuelan people. They are the victim of a worrying shortage of basic goods, including medicine, and they also live in ever-growing insecurity. Their human rights are threatened, and they must instead be upheld. And the international community, therefore, has been pulled into a drama that is not of its own making. The Dominican Republic is seeking a peaceful outcome to the crisis in Venezuela. It must be democratic and peaceful and must be based on consensus. But what is vital in all of this is that the rules of the game are respected. When I say rules of the game that represent a genuine democracy. There is therefore a need for new elections to take place as soon as possible, elections that must be open to all political parties and leaders. The necessary institutional change must be introduced that ensure the impartiality of the Electoral Commission and the independence of the judicial system in Venezuela. It's also important that the necessary conditions be fostered for medicines and food and other basic goods to reach the country in order to mitigate the negative and adverse impact of the current shortages and the critical economic situation faced by Venezuela. Our concern for the government and for the opposition is the same. It's the same concern that pushed us to host a dialogue in Santo Domingo. Our main concern, however, is greater than the concerns of the opposition and the government of Venezuela. Our main concern is for the people of Venezuela, who are caught in a seriously difficult situation. Thank you. I resume now my function as President of the Council, and I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the distinguished permanent representatives of Germany, in a major part of his statement was devoted to his personal dialogue with me, I would like to comment on that. The use of preventive diplomacy is excellent. Of course, it's better to prevent a crisis than to resolve it. But you have a very strange way that you're proposing of preventing this crisis by putting forward an absurd 8-day ultimatum. Some states didn't even need the 8 days to reject the recognition of the legitimate authorities of Venezuela. You completely disregard the sovereignty of Venezuela, imposing it on it decisions that you prefer, and rejecting its people the right to resolve their own problems by themselves. You're not calling for the political forces of Venezuela to find a common understanding in the interests of achieving internal peace and stability. You're calling the legitimate authorities to simply acknowledge their defeat and to transfer power to the opposition. What you're doing is not called prevention, it's called incitement. How would you feel if the Russian Federation proposed to discuss in the Security Council the issue of the situation in France and the protests of the Gilets jaunes, who just over the past weekend, some 22,000 people took to the streets? Would you consider that as prevention? I want to reassure the representative of France that we do not intend to propose such a issue. Now, unlike you, we're not trying to recognize or not recognize anyone. Although we recognize the legitimate authorities of Venezuela, we call on A, respect the legitimate authority. B, not to interfere into the domestic affairs of a country. C, not to impose on Venezuela solutions from outside, rather to help them resolve their problems peacefully themselves. Thank you.
My thanks to the representative of the Russian Federation for his statement. I now give the floor to I beg your pardon, I give the floor to the representative of Germany.
I don't want to prolong this. I just want to respond to my Russian colleague that, again, unfortunately, in his intervention, he didn't respond to anything to what I said with regard to the serious violation of human rights. He didn't respond. He mentioned 22,000 French demonstrators, but not the over 3.3 million people from Venezuela who fled their country because of the situation in that country. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Germany for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jorge Arreaza, Minister of the People's Power for Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. At last, we have a chance to speak. We have a written text, but before that, I wanted to share some thoughts with you. Indeed, we can even thank Mr. Mike Pompeo because in the face of the failure at the Organization of American States on the 24th of January, they didn't have enough weight to impose a resolution. Well, they convened a meeting of the Security Council. In fact, President Maduro, thought of appealing to this body, not only to debate not only the case of Venezuela, but rather the blatant and gross intervention and mechanisms of interference by the United States in our country. And we want to say that at this opportunity, in this case, the United States is not behind the coup d'etat. It is in advance. It's in the vanguard of the coup d'etat. It is dictating the orders, not only to the Venezuelan opposition, but also to the satellite governments in the region, and it seems in Europe and the other parts of the world. As proof, we have tweets here from social media. We have appeals, calls to the security forces, to the Bolivarian National Army to take position against the legitimate authorities, against the constitutional government of President Maduro, by Secretary of State Pompeo and by Vice President Pence. It was on the 22nd. Where Vice President Pence, basically in a tweet, gave a green light for a coup d'etat in Venezuela. And as Undersecretary General said, interim president self-proclaimed him as president. No, there was no ceremony. It was self-proclamation by a member of parliament at a public rally, at a peaceful public rally, one of many that there have been over the past years. So I ask you, if we look at the Constitution of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, read Article 133, word for word, provision by provision, sentence by sentence. Where is the legality there? This is, an internal, our Constitution. But what about if we look at the international law, the Charter? Where is this based on? Are we simply setting aside international relations based on international law and replacing them with international relations based on force and instrumentalizing international organizations to achieve your goals? If so, if one of you can tell me in which article and in which provision of the United Nations Charter you can find the legal basis for the self-proclamation of an individual who wasn't elected by anyone as president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, then we can open a discussion on the legal aspects, but I don't think that will happen. Also, we need to ask ourselves, Secretary of State, Secretary Rex Tillerson, before he was dismissed, and then President Trump himself here in the General Assembly in the first day of the high segment at the podium, of the sacred podium of multilateralism, not only announced sanctions, which are coercive unilateral measures which are not based on international law, but he actually had the nerve to announce a number of measures against Venezuela in flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter, a sacred document of multilateralism. How is it possible that a president that threatened the use of force, it wasn't Mike Bolton who did it, it wasn't Mike Pence, it wasn't Marco Rubio, it was Donald Trump who threatened the use of military force directly against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela? How is it that he wasn't even challenged or questioned by the entities of multilateralism? And instead that you sit in the place of the accused, the Republic of Venezuela, because its government has fully complied with its constitution and upheld and respected international law. How is that possible? We could speak for a long time. In 1911, in Mexico, an invasion. 1912, U.S. Marines invade Nicaragua, my neighbor here, and they occupied the country that continued almost till 1933. 1914 Mexico, 1915 Haiti, 1916 Dominican Republic, 1918 Panama, 1924 Honduras, 1925 Panama, 1926 Nicaragua, 1927 Nicaragua, 1930 Dominican Republic, 1933 Nicaragua, 34 Nicaragua, 41 Panama. Then the School of the Americas, of course, it was Then in Cuba, 1952, 1954, overthrow of the Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala, then Nicaragua in 1960, 1960 authorization of efforts to overthrow Castro, then the Bay of Pigs in 1961. So we can go on with this. João Goulart in Brazil in 1964, 1965, the president of the Security Council. How many died in the Dominican Republic as a result of an invasion endorsed by the United States to overthrow a government that ideologically didn't convene them, the government of Juan Bosch, the great Dominican. The Monroe Doctrine. It should be the United States that should be subject to permanent analysis and examination due to its disregard of international law, its constant invasions, its being behind overthrows, including the overthrow of Salvador Allende in 1973, then Guatemala, and even in 2002 in Venezuela, President George Bush authorized a coup d'etat. They denied it, but they acknowledged the dictator. So 2002 is a direct precedent of what's happening. They were behind the coup d'etat. They weren't as much in the vanguard or in advance as this time. They recognized Carmona, the dictator, for 72 hours it lasted. Then there was an analysis by United States experts that demonstrated with unclassified documents that there was involvement of the United States. In 2004 in Haiti, Aristide, 2009 in Honduras. It wasn't even suspected that the United States was behind it until Hillary Clinton, in a book, in her book, recognized that she gave the order to overthrow the president of Honduras because she wanted to call to the people to a constituent assembly. Meanwhile, other presidents in Central America were elected without even being candidates. Or there were the organizations like the Organization of American States or EU that claimed that there was fraud. But that is not recognized by the government of the United States, or the government of Trump makes unilateral decisions like moving the embassy to Jerusalem, etc., and that are recognized by everyone. I just wanted to show you this graph. This is from Twitter. I'm not even mentioning other social media. Of the official spokespersons of the United States. See how in January the trend is increasing, 23 and 24. You see, on the 23rd they were expecting a coup d'etat, military coup, which didn't happen because the armed forces in Venezuela defend the constitution. They could not, even through extortion or financing or incitement, convince our military to overthrow our president Nicolas, and they won't be able to do it. They won't be able to do it. It was in vain once again. It was an erroneous move once again. It's just amazing. When President Trump This is a recognition of a state. When President Trump tweeted that he recognized a member of parliament as a dictator of Venezuela, immediately Colombia, Chile, Argentina, Guatemala, etc., everyone followed suit. So they were waiting for the order. And as soon as the order was given, they started recognizing. It's too obvious. It's too shameless. You can see the traces everywhere, this coup d'etat. And this cannot be accepted. It cannot be accepted by the United States. In fact, it should be condemned. And I hope that the Security Council will convene a meeting to evaluate who was behind this coup d'etat and to punish those who were behind it. And you wouldn't need a lot of intelligence because the evidence is abundant in social media and the statements and communiques. Just today, this is the Wall Street Journal. even the Wall Street Journal, as last year the New York Times did it as well in September, that demonstrated that there were meetings of supposed Venezuelan officers who were going to overthrow Maduro, meetings with officials from the United States in Washington. It wasn't. It was the New York Times. It wasn't the Cuban intelligence or Venezuelan intelligence that reported this. It was the New York Times. Today it's the Wall Street Journal. So that was the Associated Press, which is also United States, today very clearly issued a report that this member of parliament traveled to the United States and other countries in the region for secret meetings. It was a clear strategy, but not a very well executed one. It was. Of course, we understand that the satellite governments in the region, based on business interests, follow this, but not the truly dignified governments, including in the Caribbean, who have not ceded to the pressure of the United States and who have not allowed themselves to be extortionated, have not ceded to extortion, they have stood firm. It's easy to understand that satellite governments in Latin America, that they could give in this way. But in Europe, to simply become lackeys to follow the United States, but not just the United States, the government of Donald Trump to be in step. Europe is giving us 8 days. 8 days. Where do you get that you have the power to establish a deadline or an ultimatum to a sovereign people? Where do you get this? I mean, it's almost childlike. Who elected Pedro Sanchez? Were there? Because why President Macron, instead of dedicating his efforts to the constant protests of the Yellow Jackets, the French workers, why does he dedicate his time to attacking Venezuela? As soon as someone with a yellow vest comes near the Élysée Palace, immediately the security forces arrest him. So what we're simply asking is for respect for the United Nations Charter, respect for the sovereignty of people. Last year, was candidate Henry Falcón, Mr. Vargas. You know him very well. Henry Falcón was the president of the presidential campaign of Enrique Capriles in 2012. Capriles lost to Comandante Chavez. It's incredible the kind of pressure that was put on on him to withdraw his candidacy, and he didn't withdraw his candidacy. He came to the United Nations and he told Secretary General that it was necessary to have the United Nations send observers to the elections. That did not take place. Why? Why was there no United Nations observation? And he was in contact with Federica Mogherini. I myself sent an invitation to Federica Mogherini to be an observer in the elections. They rejected it outright. Why? Because already the plan was underway. It was the plan for a coup d'etat was underway. 3 months before the elections, Undersecretary Sullivan was the first to say these elections will be fraudulent elections. And then presidents of Colombia, Chile, and from Europe, they stated immediately that they will not recognize the results of the elections several months before the elections. When have you ever seen anything like that? Show me, demonstrate that there was fraud, that there was one fraudulent vote. We heard that there were ballot boxes were rigged. You know, in Venezuela we have an electronic voting system. It's not manual. There's simply a certificate to prove that you voted, and that's it, just to then be able to check against the actual vote. The United States wants to build a wall with Mexico, but it's building an ideological wall. Many of the points made by Secretary of State Pompeo are in line with the language of the Cold War, of McCarthy, of Nixon. They're bringing the Cold War back. They're bringing the Monroe Doctrine of 1823. Bolivar said in 1929 that the United States, which appeared destined by fate to impose misery on Latin America, he predicted that, in fact, and that is what the United States has done. Do you know? Since the beginning of these unilateral and coercive measures that are in breach of international law in Venezuela, in 2017 until December of last year, 2018, you know what the cost has been? $23 billion. This is due to the blockade and to the persecution, to undermining our resources. Would the Venezuelan economy be in the state if it had these resources? $20 million were offered through the OAS, but then they were taken away. The ambassador of Belgium, $1.2 billion are frozen in Belgium. We can't conduct any banking transactions. Anything that goes through New York or London cannot take place. The money is returned. This is what's being done against the Venezuelan people. The representative of Russia was quite clear and honest, but the others, there's no such thing as there's no blockade, they said. There's been 18 or 19 rounds of sanctions, but there's no blockade. We really need to think of this, that there's a true ideological wall being put up against Venezuela. We support the dialogue, as was proposed earlier by the Dominican Republic, and didn't come from scratch. I was appointed in August as foreign minister, and 2 days last year, 2 days later, I met in the house of Miguel Vargas, and then 2 days later with Daniel Medina, and I tried to get in touch with the opposition. I tried to bring together the opposition and President Maduro. And what happened? We reached an agreement. There is a document. There's a document that is in some archive of the presidency of the Dominican Republic, where there was a preliminary agreement. And when we were supposed to go and sign the agreement, President Daniel Medina and former Prime Minister Zapatero were made to look like fools. They were made to look like fools and their supporters in Venezuela. They didn't sign that agreement. And strangely enough, Rex Tillerson was in Bogota at the time, and it's said from reliable sources that he received a call from the head of the Venezuelan delegation who has taken refuge abroad. I received a call telling him not to sign and to complicate the situation even further. This is the truth. This is what actually happened. Furthermore, allow me to say that without any basis of facts, it was stated here. There are a lot of lies that have been stated here. But you can ask the International Monetary Fund on the information that Venezuela has provided and whether these figures are anywhere close to the inflation numbers that you heard here. Ask the director of the International Monetary Fund. Be a bit more rigorous in your investigation in discussing this in this authoritative international body, which is essential for the future of humankind. But also, these 3 million migrants. Yes, there is a problem with migration. It's new, Minister from Colombia. It has to do a lot with the blockade and with the financial restrictions on Venezuela. We don't deny that. And we are trying to restore the situation through economic growth, plans to boost economic growth, etc. But governments of Peru, Chile, Ecuador, Argentina, how many times have we told them you can send Venezuelans back? And you know what has happened? The president of Ecuador, Lenín Moreno, called on the creation of brigades to prosecute Venezuelan migrants in Ecuador. And so our embassy was full of immigrants, and we helped them to leave that country because there was a persecution against them in Ecuador. It's very painful. And you know what happened today? Wednesday, there were 3 planes, including the presidential plane, went to get over 300 Venezuelan immigrants to bring them back. And today, 3 other aircraft were there. Because today we have the embassy full of people. With all the difficulties we have in sending money, and also we weren't given authorization of overflight so that the aircraft could land and bring people back to their homes. What are we talking about here? What are we seeing here? It's a war against Venezuela. We are awaiting a visit by Mr. Edward Stein. It should take place this week. We're waiting for a visit by former President and friend Michelle Bachelet. As for violence, you say here that the dictatorship is killing, is repressing. Well, study the history of Venezuela over the past few years. The insurrectional marching by the opposition with deaths facilitated the coup d'etat in 2002 using sharpshooters. Look at how many people died in those days in truly peaceful demonstrations. Who killed them? The Venezuelan justice, the judiciary, and the prosecutor are investigating this. And they have the sovereign authority. They don't need the intervention of any independent body. And we will tell you the truth on every death, because you who sponsored the coup d'etat on the 23rd of January are fostering a bloodshed. You tried to promote bloodshed on the 23rd. That didn't happen. It didn't happen. There were groups of 12 or 13 people to try to loot, to try to plunder private property. But we prevented this. We prevented another tragedy like the one that happened on the 11th of April, another tragedy like that happened in 2014 or 2016 when the extremist Venezuelan opposition took to the streets to try to overthrow, to try to use force against, at the time was President Chavez and then President Maduro. We support the initiatives of dialogue just as we supported the initiative of Dominican Republic. We support Mexico, Uruguay, CARICOM, all those who have sought to bring Venezuelans together and reach an agreement, to find our own way out without any imposed solution, without anyone establishing ultimatums. The decisions that will be taken by the Venezuelans themselves, the opposition and the government sitting together. On the 22nd of January, the president of the National Constituent Assembly met with Mr. Guaido to try to establish dialogue and to find a compromise. And Guaido did everything quite the opposite. And of course, I understand he was under pressure. There were tweets from Trump, from Pence. What do you want to do? Do you want to trigger a civil war in Venezuela? You won't do it. Sometimes U.S. presidents call for war when they are facing problems, domestic problems. Well, you see, President Trump is already regrets saying that things will improve. If you recall what happened with Saddam Hussein or with Gaddafi, in spite of all assurances, they were killed. But the United States is withdrawing forces from Syria. Well, they're going to try to start a new war in Latin America and Venezuela. We're not going to give them that satisfaction. Peace and stability and understanding will prevail in Venezuela in spite of all the efforts of the countries present here who are trying to trigger a war, incite a war. I also want to tell you that this deadline that Europe has trying to give us. We recall Bolivar back in 1818, the first time he had an argument with the United States. If you recall, the United States did not support the fight for freedom of our countries. They had become independent by their own strength by winning the war, the Revolutionary War against the British Empire. But when the colonies of South America confronted the Spanish Empire, they declared that they were neutral. Interesting, huh? And then afterwards, not only did they declare that they were neutral, but they actually clandestinely helped the royalists. And in Venezuela, they went against the President Bolivar at the time, and they sent ships with ammunition, ships that were detained. And at the time, Bolivar said that it's the same thing whether we fight only against Spain or against the whole world. But fortunately, we have excellent friends. But whoever offends Venezuela will have to deal with the entire people of Venezuela, the president, the armed forces. Everyone will defend the country, to defend our territorial integrity and independence. I was going to read the statement that I brought here, but I just want to close. I want to conclude by reading an article from our Constitution, because there was an attempt to give a kind of constitutional varnish to this whole operation that was designed in the laboratories of the United States. But I want to read Article 133 of the Constitution. It would be only what are the absolute failings of the president? His death, his dismission, permanent physical or mental disability certified by a medical board designated by the Supreme Tribunal of Justice with the approval of the National Assembly, the abandonment of his position duly declared by the National Assembly and recalled by popular vote. And there's a referendum if at the midterm, at the middle of a term, there's a vote if the people are unhappy. Now, when there is serious failings, this would. When an elected president becomes permanently unavailable to serve prior to his inauguration, a new election by universal suffrage and direct ballot shall be held within 30 consecutive days pending election and inauguration of the new president. The president of the National Assembly shall take charge of the presidency of the Republic. But there was no election. There are 5 branches, all legitimate. If there's a discrepancy in the the National Assembly doesn't agree, then it should address the Supreme Court, etc. But what is this? I mean, self-proclaiming a member of Parliament, simply self-proclaiming himself president, and to be recognized by other governments. I mean, these are serious governments that respect the Charter of the United Nations, recognizing him. You're recognizing the imposition of force against legality. This is very dangerous, and we need to put a stop to that here today. I think it's enough with what I've told you, what I've sketched out for you, and I just want to tell you that the people of Venezuela are listening, and I think it's been demonstrated that the people of Venezuela is not alone, as has been demonstrated in this debate, as in other organizations, including the non-aligned movement that we chair. Venezuela is not alone. And you know why Venezuela is not alone? Because Venezuela is upholding its constitution and the Charter of the United Nations. We will continue following the path of our democracy. We will not allow anyone to impose on us any decision or order. And I think the Undersecretary General herself said, this individual has proclaimed himself, self-proclaimed himself. Where in our Constitution is that allowed? Show me where this is authorized and we can debate it. The name of the president is President Maduro. In the name of the President Maduro, on behalf of the people and of our various institutions, Venezuela is free and independent, and no power, no matter how powerful, can dictate to our people and to our nation its destiny or its future. Thank you very much.
My thanks to His Excellency Mr. Jorge Ariasa for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States of America.
Mr. President, I had not intended to speak, but it seems to me it's worthwhile and indeed necessary to respond to the statements on behalf of the regime in Venezuela. I cannot respond to every attack that was made on every country here. The insults that were made by calling many countries here satellites. In fact, it was interesting that every single country that was attacked or criticized was a democracy. Every single one that you criticized was a democracy. It was just a series of insults that reflect the fact that today there is a satellite present here, and it is Venezuela, which is unfortunately, which has become a satellite of Cuba and Russia. The regime is hiding behind, and its spokesman is hiding behind the laws and constitution of Venezuela while imprisoning opponents, preventing free elections, and killing Democrats like Fernando Albán. This is not about foreign intervention in Venezuela. It is not an attempt to impose a result on the Venezuelan people. Democracy never needs to be imposed. It is tyranny that has to be imposed. This discussion in the Council is about the right of the Venezuelan people to direct their own internal affairs and choose the future of their own country democratically. Thank you.
My thanks to the representative of the United States of America. I give the floor now to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I wasn't going to speak either once again, but the response by the representative of the United States, and I'd like to know who the representative of the United States represents, by the way. His response has forced me to do this. And just for information, I want to tell you that in Russia, unlike in the United States, Russia has no satellites. Venezuela is not a satellite of Russia. Cuba is not our satellite state. We don't even use that kind of terminology in our understanding. It doesn't even exist, or in our foreign policy or diplomacy. Perhaps I will surprise you, distinguished representative of the United States, but when we discuss certain issues in the Security Council, we never try to force any country to behave as we wish it to behave, as we need it, as it is in our interest for it to behave. We always respect the sovereignty of any country, whether it's a member of the Security Council, or whether it speaks in this room. We always respect its own opinions, its own policy. If that policy or those views correspond to our policy, then we're happy. If not, we basically respect that any member of the Council or any member of the UN can have their own views, their own positions. It is their sovereign right to have their own foreign policy. But unfortunately, we know many episodes when the country that you represent not only uses its satellite states to promote its own interests, but in fact forces them to be in lockstep with you. So to discuss who has satellites and who doesn't, I wouldn't suggest you get into that. Thank you.
Gracias.
My thanks to the representative of the Russian Federation. I give the floor now to
Ministro Arriaza.
His Excellency Foreign Minister Arriaza, representative of Venezuela. Thank you very much. In response to what Mr. Elliot Abrams has just said, it's difficult sometimes when spokespeople take the floor. They often deviate from the previous course of action or the previous stance. Now, we've been involved in many difficult negotiations for our part, but I would recall that Mr. Abrams represents a tradition which has been tried and duly indicted for similar such attempts in the past, such as the Iran-Contra affair. He is the face of a well-worn path of interfering in democracy. Perhaps a fresher face could have been chosen to have spoken on behalf of the United States of America. And we see it as being part of the same, parroting the same line, permanent insults leveled against Venezuela, that we're the home of dictators, drug traffickers. I mean, what are you trying to convince us of? I think all that these people have to do is all the time they have to do is focus their attention on Venezuela. There's nothing else going on in the world rather than a non-situation in Venezuela. There are other things you could be dealing with properly in Venezuela. And we would like to make the point here bluntly, and we make it to you. We'd have made it to Mr. Pompeo if he was still here, to his face. We make it abundantly clear here. We echo a point that President Maduro has made. It is our intention to establish communication and dialogue with the government of President Trump. That offer stands and is still on the table. That is what we have sought to do since the very first day of office, since Comandante Chavez took office in February 1999. It's an approach that we've attempted to continue since President Maduro took the reins of power. The response to our offer of dialogue has been blockade, prosecution, persecution, sanctions, violence, aggression, insults, intervention, interference, and now this attempted coup d'etat today. Despite all of these insults that we have suffered, that offer still stands on the table. We stand ready for dialogue. If you could treat us as a civilized partner, as an equal, as is indicated in the Charter of the United Nations, which we all have to respect and uphold. Thank you. My thanks to Minister Arriaza for his statement, says the President. I give the floor now to His Excellency Mr. Carlos Holmes Trujillo, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Colombia. Thank you very much, President. And I would like to welcome those senior officials who have participated in this meeting this morning, and I'd also like to convey my gratitude for the briefing that we heard from Undersecretary General Di Carlo. President, thank you first and foremost for having convened this meeting of the Security Council to address the situation in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Allow me to begin my statement by commending the process seeking to put an end to the usurpation of power and to ensure transition and restoration of constitutional order, which, under the leadership of interim President Juan Guaidó and the support of the National Assembly, and with the impressive determination of the democratic political forces of the nation, and with the broad and vocal grassroots support, is a process that is developing in our brother country in a new state of affairs that began on the 23rd of January, a new dawn. Colombia requested the use of the floor at this meeting of the Security Council to add to the just and reasonable calls of the Venezuelan people and to express our staunch and resolute support to the interim president of Venezuela, Juan Guaidó, and our staunch and resolute support for the legislative prerogatives and powers of the National Assembly, which was duly elected on the 6th of December 2015. We are acting, therefore, in compliance with the responsibilities that we bear as members of the Organization of American States, as a member of the United Nations, and as a signatory to the Inter-American Democratic Charter. I think it worth recalling at this juncture that said duties and responsibilities impose upon us an obligation to act within the aforementioned legal frameworks in response to cases in which there is an evident breach of democratic order, as we saw happen in Venezuela in the wake of an electoral process that lacked legitimacy that took place in May of 2018. Spurred by that same reason, Colombia, together with other democratic states in the hemisphere, and acting within the framework of the Lima Group, is guided by the political decision and the unwavering commitment of the government presided over by Dr. Iván Duque Márquez, the political decision and firm commitment, that is, of supporting and fostering conditions that would allow our brother people people in Venezuela to once again enjoy democracy and peace. The dictatorship in Venezuela has emerged as a threat to peace, security and stability in the region, as well as being an affront to international law and in particular to inter-American law and to inter-American rights. Colombia, as a country that neighbors Venezuela, that shares a border with that country, is all too well aware of and is directly suffering the consequences of this threat posed by what's happening in Venezuela. The tyranny in that country and the forces of tyranny have seized the property of Colombian companies that were legitimately and legally investing in the country. Said tyranny has seen the collapse to historic lows of what had been a flourishing and mutually beneficial trade relationship between our two countries. And said tyranny has also given safe haven to terrorist groups that prey upon and attack the lives and goods, the security and the tranquility and well-being of citizens in Colombia. So glaringly apparent are the disastrous consequences of the abuses of the economy, policies and society by the dictatorship that they have triggered the exodus of more than 3.5 million people who have had to abandon in despair their homes in the quest for peace and opportunity. Colombia has welcomed, guided by a sense of responsibility, solidarity and humanitarian feeling, more than 1 million migrants streaming into our country from Venezuela, and we have done so despite our limited capacity and resources. We will, as a result, continue to participate actively in the finding and forging of a regional and global response to adequately address this migration crisis. What moves us in humanitarian terms in the current circumstances is our desire to ensure that despite the fact that the doors were slammed shut by the dictatorship, that despite that action of the dictatorship, thanks to one of the first decisions of interim President Juan Guaido, we can work to ensure that aid reaches those in need. And that is one of our key humanitarian aims. The international democratic community bears a moral and political responsibility to take diplomatic and political action without hesitation or delay to support the efforts of a people which are crying out for freedom and prosperity. Once President Iván Duque said that what destroys Venezuela will take Colombia down with it, and what builds up Venezuela will lift Colombia up too. What Colombia is therefore asking in coming to this historic session of the United Nations Security Council, and we ask with due respect but with urgency, what we are asking is for the international community to support the process that will put an end to the usurpation of power and will support the subsequent transition and holding of free, transparent elections that are underpinned by all necessary guarantees, a process to be led by interim President Juan Guaido. Colombia has come to the Security Council to request support for its own rejection of the false claims that have been wielded to delay action, to play for time, and to prolong the suffering of the Venezuelan people. Colombia has come to you respectfully to request support for the delivery of humanitarian aid to Venezuela. Colombia has come here to the Security Council to ask the international community to demand that the life and well-being of Juan Guaido is upheld, and not just that he is protected, but also the members of the National Assembly and all those who fight for democracy. And indeed, we have come to call for the international community's support for all those Venezuelans who are sparing no effort to build a better future. We have come here to ask more members of the international community rally to the call made by several countries who have submitted a request to the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, calling upon that body to investigate the serious events that have taken place in Venezuela. We have come to request support for measures to ensure protection for the assets and goods confiscated by the dictatorship or lost to corruption. Colombia has come to request political support that we seek from all corners of the world, support for actions that have already begun to restore heart to a people that are beginning to see the glimmerings of hope for the future. Colombia has come before you all to request support for the decision to make headway towards transparent, safe and secure elections in which our Venezuelan brothers and sisters can freely choose for themselves what is the stripe of government that they wish to have. Thank you very much. My thanks to His Excellency Mr. Holmes Trujillo for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Nicaragua, Mr. Paul Oquist Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Nicaragua is participating in this meeting of the Security Council to reaffirm our commitment to peace, to reiterate our solidarity with the government and people of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and its legitimately elected president, our brother Nicolas Maduro Moros. The government and the people of Nicaragua consider that Venezuela does in no way represent a threat to international peace and security. For this reason, we strongly urge and demand that the sovereign decisions of the Venezuelan people be respected. The Venezuelan people have already exercised their sovereign right by electing our brother Nicolas Maduro as their legitimate constitutional president, and not in one, but rather in two consecutive elections. It is necessary to remember and share with the international community that the former President of the United States, Mr. Jimmy Carter, has described Venezuela's electoral system as the best in the world. We recall this in case anyone has any doubts about the accuracy and the transparency of the results of all the elections held in Venezuela in the past 20 years. And, by the way, it's important to point out that no country in our Americas has exercised this many times their sovereign right to vote as the people of Venezuela have done over these last 2 decades. This is a great lesson for all our countries, a lesson of sovereignty in social justice and democracy that has been shown us by the people of Venezuela. The request for this very meeting is a clear interference in the internal affairs of states and a violation of the principles and purposes of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The insistence of the United States to include the subject of Venezuela on the agenda of this Council is another form of interventionist policy in its internal affairs. Its clear objective is to impose a change of government and to replace, through a coup d'etat, the constitutional legitimate government of President Nicolas Maduro. These actions do not contribute to a political and peaceful solution, a solution that belongs only to the Venezuelan people, who are the only ones that can exercise their rights to sovereignty and self-determination within the framework of their domestic constitutional jurisdiction. It is essential and urgent that the will of the people be respected. The United States must cease and desist from contravening international law. And there should be a cessation of hostile actions, as well as the end of all unilateral coercive economic measures. These threaten economic development and hinder the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda, thus violating the human rights of the entire Venezuelan people. Now, what characterizes the situation in Venezuela today are the brazen and concrete attempts to destroy the achievements in health, education, housing, poverty reduction, hunger, that with much effort, the Bolivarian Revolution, guided by the eternal commander Hugo Chavez Frias, has accomplished. Nothing should hinder the zone of peace of Latin America and the Caribbean, proclaimed in 2014 by our heads of states and governments of CELAC. Therefore, any threat or action of military aggression is unacceptable and should be condemned. Our commander, President Daniel Ortega Saavedra, summarizes very well what is happening in our sister nation. I quote him: "When they start hostilities in these times against the peoples and nations like Venezuela, they are launching an openly interventionist policy. What we're seeing is an action, an attitude of arrogance, of disdain for international law by a power that cannot, as history has shown, cannot coexist or cohabit with international law. At the moment that power wishes, it disregards international law, including the resolutions of the United Nations Security Council, and it places unilateral actions above those decisions because that power decides to do so due to the force and the power that nation has. End of quote. Mr. President, Venezuela at this moment is all of Latin America and the Caribbean. Venezuela is the whole world because in Venezuela they are defending the principle of non-interventionism and a multilateral order based on independence, sovereignty, and the equality of state. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Kelly, for your statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency, Mrs. Ana Yancy Rodriguez Camejo, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs and Permanent Representative of Cuba to the United Nations.
Thank you, President. Latin America and the Caribbean is today the stage of persistent threats that are incompatible with the proclamation of Latin America and the Caribbean as a region of peace, a proclamation signed by heads of state and government at the second summit of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, which was held in January of 2014. Said commitment enshrines a duty to fully respect and uphold the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations and of international law. In other words, a duty to refrain from interfering, either directly or indirectly, in the internal affairs of any other state. Said proclamation also calls upon all its signatories to observe and uphold the principles of national sovereignty, the equality of rights, and the self and free determination of peoples. The current administration of the United States of America seems to have dusted off the Monroe Doctrine and to be wielding it as its preferred arm of diplomacy, and in a fresh extension of its imperialist policy in the region is threatening with particular ferocity and malice Venezuela, and has gone so far as to declare that all options are on the table. The region today is not unlike a vast lawn in a time of drought. Dry. A single spark could set off an uncontrollable fire that would damage the national interests of all. No one would escape unscathed. It is a tinderbox. President, we reject categorically the statements made by the representatives of the United States of America in this council chamber today. We regret the fact that the government of the United States of America is seeking to exploit and use the Security Council to lend legitimacy to the international campaign it is spearheading against the constitutional government presided by Nicolás Maduro Moros. The main threat to peace and security in Latin America and the Caribbean is, in fact, the bullying by the United States and its allies of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, which is a flagrant affront to the popular will of the people of Venezuela and to the institutional framework of this country, a will and framework that were duly expressed in the elections held on the 20th of May 2018, elections which the Venezuelan opposition voluntarily refrained from participating in. We reiterate our unwavering support to the cause of the Chavist and Bolivarian Revolution, as well as our unwavering support to the civil-military partnership and union of the Venezuelan people and for their legitimate and democratic government led by the constitutional president Nicolás Maduro Moros. We condemn and decry in the strongest possible terms the attempt to impose through a coup d'etat a government that will serve as a lackey to the interests of the United States in Venezuela, and we also reject the recurrent calls to Bolivarian military members to join this perversion. The sovereignty of our peoples is to be seen today in the attitude of Venezuela and the attitude against it. We support the legitimate right of our sister nation to set its own path for the future and to defend the dignity of all. President, we must not overlook or forget other such attempts, such as the military coup in 2002 and the oil coup in 2003, as well as the aggressive executive order issued by the United States, which described Venezuela as an unusual and extraordinary threat to national security and to foreign policy of this superpower. We must also recall the unilateral coercive measures, the call for a military coup d'etat to topple the constitutional government of Venezuela, the warning of the President of the United States that the use of military might was a possible option, and the attempt to assassinate President Maduro that took place on the 4th of August, the attempted assassination of a duly and legitimately elected head of state. President, the acts of a group of countries and the shameful role played by the OAS constitute a new and indeed desperate attempt to apply what is a broken and worthless policy of regime change, a policy which has been frustrated time and again by the unbreakable resistance of the Venezuelan people and their determination to defend their national sovereignty. We reiterate our own unshakable respect for the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations and of international law, our full and unwavering support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states and the need to respect same. We reiterate our full and unwavering support for the principles of the non-use or non-threat of use of force in international relations and the non-interference in the domestic affairs of states. The sovereign will of the people of Venezuela will prevail over this attempt at an imperialist intervention. History, in turn, will judge those who have fueled and sought to push a coup d'etat that would usurp the legitimate authorities. Thank you very much. My thanks to Her Excellency Ms. Rodriguez, and I now give the floor to the representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
The mic is on? Oh, okay. Mr. President, thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished members of the Security Council. At the outset, permit me the opportunity to convey appreciation to Mrs. Rosemary DiCarlo, Under Secretary General for the Department of Political Affairs and Peace Building, for the briefing on the situation in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been monitoring very closely the recent developments in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela at the bilateral and multilateral levels. And like many countries, we too are deeply concerned and apprehensive about the events unfolding in our neighboring Caribbean country. Let it be abundantly clear that St. Vincent and the Grenadines adheres to and upholds the fundamental principles of non-interference and non-intervention in the affairs of states, respect for sovereignty, adherence to the rule of law, and respect for human rights and democracy as enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. Cognizant of the complexity of the long-standing political crisis in Venezuela, exacerbated by recent events, we stress the need for meaningful dialogue among all stakeholders in the country to de-escalate the contentious and conflictive situation. Mr. President, we are undoubtedly living in an unpredictable era and must categorically reject all attempts to aggravate dangerous situations or engender change of democratically elected leaders through impositions, interventions, interferences that veer away from the basis of lasting peace and security. In the history of Latin America and the Caribbean, the imposition of the mighty against the meek is far too well known. The history of Latin America and the Caribbean is indelibly scarred by military interventions and imposition of dictator governments. That egregious history and the need to triumph over its lingering remnants drives the countries in the hemisphere to be viscerally abhorrent to any semblance of its reemergence. In our Caribbean sub-region, we have witnessed the urgent fury of military intervention, and our consciousness remains aware of the uninvited and illegal interference in electioneering and electoral processes of the Cold War proxy battles. Let us not lose sight of the forest for the trees and be mindful that the region of Latin America and the Caribbean remains a zone of peace, as proclaimed by heads of state and government of the Community of Latin America and the Caribbean States in 2014. Let Venezuela not relive the systematic act of terror and attempted coup d'etat that created bloodshed in the streets of Caracas of April 11, 2002. Mr. President, St. Vincent and the Grenadines laments the convocation of this meeting today, especially since it emerges against the backdrop of an unambiguous irony. Constitutionally, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has a duly elected president in the person of His Excellency Nicolas Maduro, who was officially inaugurated for his second term on January 10, 2019. Regrettably, however, an unconscionable crusade against a legally and legitimately elected president, orchestrated from within the bowels of the Organization of American States, the oldest hemispheric organization, aims to erect unilaterally and extraterritorially a parallel unelected presidential government and destabilize order and the rule of law in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Presently, the OAS has abdicated its role of arbiter and indeed any serious leadership responsibility in the hemisphere to defuse the impasse in Venezuela, especially since it's revisiting the deplorable history of being a conduit for imperialist aggression and hegemonic ambition in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thankfully, member states within that organization have not exhausted the option of dialogue, nor have they abandoned the bedrock principles of the OAS and the United Nations Charter. Effectively, and more pointedly, Mexico and Uruguay have expressed their willingness to mediate the political crisis, whilst regional groupings such as the Caribbean Community and the European Union have offered their good offices to serve as honest brokers to facilitate dialogue among all members and resolve the crisis. St. Vincent and the Grenadines support these responsible initiatives. Mr. President, unequivocally, Venezuela is not a threat nor represents a danger to international peace and security, albeit the government is subjected to a systematic campaign of aggression. Undeniably, the country is confronted by a plethora of complex challenges which must be frontally tackled by democratic means and within the confines of the supreme law of the land, the Constitution. As always, St. Vincent and the Grenadines stands ready to constructively assist our beloved brothers and sisters in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and bring about a rapprochement between the contending forces. We must not foreclose on dialogue, as it is essential in multilateral diplomacy. History teaches us that the rejection of dialogue is often the precursor to unilateralism and war, an option that we cannot countenance in our zone of peace. Let us be guided by the central tenets of this organization and its charter. I thank you, Mr. President.
My thanks to the representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I give the floor to the representative of Canada.
Mr. President, honorable ministers, excellencies, Canada welcomes the opportunity to discuss Venezuela at the United Nations Security Council. Given the severity of the worsening crisis and its grave impacts on the people of Venezuela and on the security and stability of the region, our discussion today is essential. Together with many democratic countries around the world, including most countries of the Americas and the OAS, we have firmly rejected Nicolás Maduro's illegitimate claim to power. The presidential election in May 2018 were not free and fair. In fact, they were fraudulent. As such, the Maduro regime has no authority to govern Venezuela. Canada stands by the democratically elected National Assembly and Venezuela's constitutional order. Canada reiterates its full support to Juan Guaido, President of the National Assembly, as the interim President of Venezuela. We support his commitment to lead Venezuela to free and fair presidential elections. We invite the international community to support his efforts to respect Venezuela's constitution and democratic institutions. Canada watched this week as thousands of Venezuelans took to the streets in a powerful and peaceful demonstration of their commitment to democracy. We have faith that the durable solution to the crisis in Venezuela will be achieved through the leadership and courage of the Venezuelan people. Monsieur le Président,
President, at a time when the international community has forged a common front and denounced the dictatorship of Nicolás Maduro, we must not lose sight of the critical circumstances, the plight in which millions of Venezuelans find themselves. These millions of Venezuelans are suffering horrific human rights abuses. Suffering from the effects of the economic and political crisis, they are unable to meet their most basic needs, such as food and access to health care and to medicines. The urgent nature of the humanitarian situation in Venezuela should leave no one unmoved. If Nicolás Maduro is prepared to turn a deaf ear to the calls of the Lima Group and the international community, perhaps he might pay heed instead to the more than 3 million Venezuelans who have fled their homeland in the quest for a better life. They have often fled simply to survive, a choice between survival and death. This exodus is already the largest in the modern history of the region. Many of those who have fled are transiting or residing in neighboring countries who have shown overwhelming and humbling generosity to their Venezuelan brothers and sisters. Canada stands in solidarity with and expresses its gratitude and support to each of those countries which have given safe haven to Venezuelans. They have been forced to provide a home in short order to, in some cases, hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans. If this situation persists, we estimate that there will be 5.3 million refugees and migrants from Venezuela by the end of this year. This situation is a serious threat to stability and security in the region.
How can there be any doubt that an actual movement of more than 3 million refugees and potentially 5.3 million soon does not constitute a threat to regional security? In the face of this catastrophe, we, as the international community, must stand in solidarity with the democratically elected National Assembly, with Interim President Juan Guaido, and with the Venezuelan people in pursuit of a peaceful resolution to the current crisis. It is with this goal in mind that Canada has taken concrete action, such as imposing targeted sanctions on 70 regime officials, and along with Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Paraguay, and Peru, referred the situation in Venezuela to the International Criminal Court. Canada is pleased to host the next meeting of the Lima Group in Ottawa. Canada stands proudly with Venezuelans. We commend their courage and reiterate our own unwavering commitment to the universal principles of democracy, rule of law, and human rights. Thank you, Mr. President.
My thanks to the representative of Canada for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia. President, I would like, as my first order of business, to congratulate you for the way in which you've been so ably steering this meeting of the Security Council. My delegation decided to take part in today's meeting, spurred by our adherence to international law and to the principles of the self-determination of peoples, as well as our respect for the principle of sovereignty. We'd like to begin by expressing publicly our solidarity with the government of President Nicolás Maduro and with the people of Venezuela. We would also like to underscore a point that's been raised emphasized in this room previously that my region, the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, has proclaimed itself a region of peace. We are taking the floor to reiterate and to express our alarm at the fact that today's session of the Security Council was called in the first place. This is a body called upon to monitor and assess issues related to threats to international peace and security, and Venezuela in no way represents a threat either to the region nor to the world. Quite the contrary. As has been made abundantly clear this morning in this very chamber, the aggression that Venezuela suffers under, that constitutes a threat to international peace and security, that aggression and bullying. The members of the Security Council, and in particular the permanent members of this body, bear a responsibility to avoid the political or ideological exploitation of this body. And for this reason, we believe that it is highly inappropriate that the Security Council has sought to address and draw attention to the internal affairs of a member state of the United Nations. To the contrary, we appeal to the members of the Security Council, urging them to respect the principles of international law and the principles of the Charter of the United Nations, the principles that were the very bedrock of the founding of our organization, principles amongst which you will find that of the non-interference or intervention in the internal affairs of other states and the respect for their sovereignty. The interventionist policies which the government of the United States of America is wielding in an attempt to manipulate this situation, far from helping, will only serve to make things worse. In convening a session dedicated entirely to in calling a session of a body that should be dedicated to upholding international peace and security, they are only weakening the spirit of multilateralism, undermining preventive diplomacy, and moving us yet further away from any possibility of dialogue between the parties. The step also violates the principles of equality of states as well as the recognition of popular will and sovereignty as duly expressed by the people. We have had repeated occasion to address the humanitarian circumstances that are being suffered by many Venezuelan people, President, and we recognize the humanitarian suffering, but I would like to make 2 points on this particular issue. The first relates to the unbalanced nature or inequality of the unilateral sanctions. The international framework makes it clear that any sanctions imposed on a third state outside resolutions of the Security Council are illegal in nature. They are illegal sanctions when imposed thus unilaterally. The individual or nation that imposes such unilateral sanctions, the nation that stands behind these economic and financial sanctions, is, if you can believe their brazen cheek, seeking to provide us with a way of resolving the humanitarian crisis. Allow me to read to you an extract from a report of the Congressional Research Service, which is a body of the United States, a report on the sanctions situation, and I will read from that report in English.
Are concerned that the stronger sanctions could exacerbate Venezuela's difficult humanitarian situation, which has been marked by shortage of food and medicines, increased poverty, and mass migration. Many Venezuelan civil society groups oppose sanctions that could worsen humanitarian conditions. Y cierro la cita.
End of quote. If we're going to talk honestly and openly about the humanitarian situation in Venezuela, let's talk about who's responsible for the humanitarian plight, who's responsible for the unilateral sanctions which have led to the humanitarian state of affairs we're seeing. They are illegal and unilateral sanctions. Regrettably, we see that the genuine interest and purpose of those who called for this meeting of the Security Council is not to defend or uphold democracy or human rights. Their genuine purpose is to promote and foster, to kindle, if you will, situations of instability that they can then exploit for the purpose of their own regime change policies and control of natural resources. They have three interests here, which is control of the oil resources of Venezuela. Not much was made of that in this session. Their second purpose is geopolitical control, and their third purpose is to cause to buckle or to cause to bend the knee those countries that have dared not to align themselves with the interests of the United States. I ask the question honestly, if we look back through history, which country has been better after an intervention by the United States of America? Have we not discussed in this very Security Council the serious adverse impact and consequences of situations such as the current situation in Iraq or Syria or in Libya? I reiterate the proclamation of CELAC. CELAC declared itself in that proclamation to be a region of peace. Venezuela is in a region of peace. The genuine interest behind all these machinations is to intimidate those governments that have been democratically elected and that have openly rejected the policy aims of outside powers because they consider said policy aims to be a threat to their sovereignty and to the free determination of their peoples. Finally, President, we appeal to the members of this Security Council who bear a high and solemn responsibility within the framework of the Charter of the United Nations. We call upon them to take their cue from said Charter, from its principles, and from the framework provided by those principles to avoid scenarios of uncertainty and confrontation. Rather, we call upon you to forge spaces for dialogue and mediation, peaceful in nature, that would allow us to find lasting solutions. We might have ideological differences. That's natural. That's part of the human story. We might also have political differences. But we cannot have any difference of opinion in the interpretation of international law. It is clear and concise. It makes it abundantly clear that unilateral sanctions are illegal and that threats are illegal. Threats of the use of force are illegal. That is clear. You cannot interpret international law any other way. Intervention in internal affairs is also illegal under international law. If we remove these variables from the equation, then we might find a satisfactory solution to the situation in Venezuela in the framework of solutions that have been put forward by Mexico and Uruguay. But we will not find a solution if we systematically run roughshod over the norms and principles of international law and the Charter. Thank you very much. My thanks to the representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia, says the President. I give the floor now to the representative of Paraguay.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. And also, thank you for convening this open meeting on the situation in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. The Republic of Paraguay would like to reaffirm its commitment to the principles of international law and the principles and purposes of the United Nations Charter. We regret the breakdown of the rule of law, of democracy, and respect for fundamental human rights in Venezuela, as well as the humanitarian crisis that has been generated. The new presidential mandate of Mr. Nicolas Maduro is the outcome of an illegitimate electoral process, which lacked the participation of all the Venezuelan political actors, and that also lacked the presence of independent international observers. It fell short of international guarantees and standards essential for a free, fair, and transparent democratic process. For this reason, the government of Paraguay was the first to break off diplomatic relations with the regime of Nicolas Maduro on the 10th of January. Mr. President, Paraguay has been drawing attention to the deterioration of the political, economic, social, and humanitarian situation in Venezuela since its very beginning, and has taken a lead in supporting various initiatives, appeals, and efforts seeking to bring about an effective dialogue between the government of Nicolas Maduro and the various political groups that make up the opposition, in coordination with the member countries of the Lima Group and with the Organization of American States. And by way of illustration, Paraguay was one of the 6 states that requested last September that the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court open an investigation on the possible commission of crimes against humanity in Venezuela. Paraguay today, in this council, Security Council, reiterates its full support and recognition for the National Assembly, which was legitimately elected in December of 2015. The government of Paraguay also reiterates its recognition to Mr. Juan Guaidó as interim president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela in conformity with the constitutional provisions of this brethren country. We trust that President Guaidó will immediately begin a process of democratic transition in Venezuela in the framework of its constitution, with the participation of all political actors, and with the and based on the necessary international guarantees and standards that are essential for a democratic process, and to call for new elections as soon as possible. To conclude, we urge the regime of Nicolas Maduro to refrain from any acts of violence, and we would like to reiterate our admiration for the courage of the Venezuelan people, as well as our unconditional solidarity and support for this long-suffering people. Paraguay will continue advocating in all multilateral fora for a peaceful and democratic solution to the crisis in Venezuela. We will hold firm in our commitment to continue working for the full restoration of the rule of law, democracy, respect for human rights, and the Brethren Republic, Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. I thank all those here for listening to me, and I thank you, Mr. President, for having given me the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much. Thank you to the representative of Paraguay for your statement. And I now give the floor to the representative of Suriname.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, we thank the Undersecretary General Rosemary DiCarlo for her extensive briefing. The government of Suriname, as so many others on our continent and throughout the Americas, is following with great concern the situation in and regarding the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Recent developments are particularly troubling as they negatively affect the stability and tranquility in that sister country, while possibly steering the region away from the ideals of a zone of peace. Suriname, as it has done in other fora, reiterates its strong commitment to the guiding principles of international law as enshrined not only in the Charter of the United Nations and various other international agreements, but also in our own Constitution. It is the principal position of my delegation, as stipulated by our Constitution, to strive for peaceful coexistence and to resort to dialogue in any existing conflict, irrespective of its nature, whether nationally or internationally, and to uphold those internationally accepted principles of non-interference in the internal affairs of state, non-intervention, and respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. The government of Suriname therefore rejects any armed aggression, any form of political or economic pressure, as well as any direct or indirect interference in the domestic affairs of other states. Based furthermore on our principled position, Suriname cannot support any government that is not elected through democratic processes and procedures in accordance with the respective constitutions. The rule of law must be respected. Mr. President, in light of the above, the government of Suriname restates its recognition of His Excellency Nicolás Maduro as the democratically elected president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. With respect to the internal conflict that has arisen in Venezuela, Suriname calls for inclusive and meaningful dialogue, which we believe is the only way to lasting and peaceful solutions, including to address existing humanitarian needs. We implore on all parties concerned to engage in such a dialogue to secure and sustain, and indeed the whole of the Americas as a zone of peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
I want to thank the representative of Suriname, and I give the floor to the representative of Argentina.
Thank you very much, President. I'd like to begin by expressing our gratitude for the convening of this meeting and also convey our gratitude to USG Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing. Argentina, together with the better part of the international community, did not recognize the legitimacy of the mandate of Nicolás Maduro that began on the 10th of January this year. And we did so because the electoral process of the 20th of May 2018, in our view, fell short of the standards required to be certified as free, democratic, and transparent. On the 10th of January, Argentina announced concrete measures targeting the Maduro regime, which include an entry ban on senior officials of the regime, the suspension of the application of the visa exemptions agreement for diplomatic and official passports, and warnings to banking and financial institutions on the risks of continuing operations with the Venezuelan government or with businesses that are directly owned by or are controlled at arm's length by the Venezuelan state. amongst other steps that we have taken. As is well known, Juan Guaidó, the President of the National Assembly of Venezuela, assumed the functions of the interim president in line with the Venezuelan constitution, and he did so against the backdrop of mass demonstrations by the Venezuelan people who turned out on the streets on the 23rd of January. He did with a popular call for democracy and freedom, a call that was unmistakable and unequivocal. The government of the Republic of Argentina recognized Juan Guaidó as the interim president of Venezuela, as did several other states. President, on the 24th of January, at the request of Argentina and other countries, the Permanent Council of the OAS met in an extraordinary session to consider recent events in Venezuela. At the conclusion of said deliberations, 16 countries signed a declaration in which they recognized and upheld the constitutional authority of the National Assembly and recognized Juan Guaidó as the interim president of Venezuela. In these days, various international actors have stepped forward to propose initiatives for dialogue to overcome this crisis. Argentina will always favor the path of dialogue, but if it is to be meaningful, dialogue requires the good faith of all parties involved. In that understanding, Argentina will merely recall what we saw in the Santo Domingo dialogue process, a process that failed due to the lack of real willingness by Maduro to engage in dialogue. Given this Santo Domingo dialogue experience, Argentina warns against the risk of initiatives for dialogue being put forward in good faith by various international actors, the risk of such initiatives being manipulated by the Maduro regime and exploited as a means of playing for time and foot-dragging. Argentina believes that the United Nations and its member states should lend their support to facilitate a peaceful transition that will open the door in short order to free, democratic and transparent elections. This must happen as quickly as possible. This is the only way in which we can properly tackle the serious political, economic and humanitarian crisis that has been racking Venezuela for far too long now. The Lima Group, of which Argentina is a member, as far back as October 2017, called upon the Secretary-General and the United Nations system to play their part in addressing this crisis and responding to the frequent violations of human rights in Venezuela. In point of fact, this crisis is regional and global in nature. According to the UNHCR and the IOM, 3 million Venezuelan migrants and refugees have been compelled to flee their country as a result of a political, economic and humanitarian crisis which has seriously undermined their human rights. Of those 3 million, 2.4 million currently find themselves in Latin America and the Caribbean. Argentina robustly condemns once again the repressive actions of the Maduro regime targeting and cracking down on the Venezuelan people. The Republic of Argentina will continue to publicly denounce the human rights violations as perpetrated by said regime, such as those that have occurred since the taking, and we will continue to do so in line with a position we have taken since the taking of the office of the government led by President Mauricio Macri. In line with this position, the Argentinian government called upon the Prosecutor General of the International Criminal Court, and we issued that call together with other countries, to begin the process of investigation into the alleged commission of crimes against humanity in Venezuela. And we also pushed for the suspension of Venezuelan membership of Mercosur under the Ushuaia Protocol for Democratic Commitment. To conclude, President, Argentina believes that the Security Council must shore up its role in the defense of international peace and security. The very relevance and effectiveness of the United Nations are subject to the scrutiny of our peoples and of the international community at this juncture, as they wait to see proof of the Security Council's ability to act in response to this unprecedented and complex crisis in the Americas. The Security Council cannot merely shrug its shoulders and turn away from this critical and dramatic situation, a situation which, as far as Argentina is concerned, does constitute a threat to international peace and security, given its dramatic repercussions, particularly for the people of Venezuela and for the region. Thank you very much. My thanks to the representative of Argentina. I give the floor now to the representative of Mexico.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to thank you for the invitation to participate in this meeting of the Security Council. We are participating in this meeting in conformity with Rule 37 of this Council, motivated by our legitimate interest in the situation in Venezuela as a brethren nation. Mexico would like to reiterate our concern about the deteriorating situation in Venezuela, and we'd like to express our regret for the loss of life caused by the most recent events. We support the declarations and the efforts of the Secretary General to ensure that all the actors involved reduce tensions and make every possible effort to avoid an escalation of the conflict and reject any kind of violence. Mr. President, there are avenues for dialogue and reconciliation that place at their center respect for human rights, and these avenues should be exhausted. Mexico would like to take this opportunity to demand a search for a peaceful and democratic solution in the complex situation that Venezuela finds itself in. The Venezuelan people should be able to choose for themselves their future direction without any interference. In line with the long-standing diplomatic tradition, Mexico trusts that there is a negotiated solution. It's possible to have a negotiated solution based on dialogue among all those involved, including the options envisioned in Chapter 6 of the Charter. It is precisely motivated by this that the governments of Mexico and Uruguay have proposed a new inclusive and credible process of negotiation based on full respect for the rule of law and human rights. We would like to once again repeat our wholehearted support, commitment, and readiness to work together for the benefit of stability, the well-being, and the peace of the Venezuelan people. Thank you very much. Thank you to the representative of Mexico. I now give the floor to the representative of Ecuador. Thank you very much, Mr. President. My country would like to thank the Dominican Republic for having convened this open meeting of the Security Council to discuss the profound political and economic and social crisis that the brethren country of Venezuela is experiencing. We'd like to thank Undersecretary General Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing. Ecuador reaffirms the right to democracy that all nations around the world have and the obligation of their governments to promote and defend that right. This is why we would like to echo the statement of the National Assembly of Venezuela that in the framework of the principles of the Constitution of this country has declared that a change in the office is required and that Mr. Juan Guaido will replace the current president. Mr. President, Ecuador would like to endorse the statement made yesterday by Argentina on behalf of the Organization of American States. We believe that the constitutional authority of Venezuela that was democratically elected has our strong support, and all actions aimed at requesting international humanitarian assistance are welcome. It's important to release political prisoners. Our country has always demonstrated its solidarity with the people of Venezuela, and we have welcomed already 240,000 Venezuelan people on our territory, including 100,000 have been given a permanent residence visa. We would like to make an appeal that we continue working so that Venezuela returns to the path of democracy through a peaceful transition, safeguarding and guaranteeing the integrity and the full respect for human rights of its people, in particular the right to life, physical integrity, and personal freedom. Ecuador welcomes the new interim president in the framework of the Constitution and calls on elections, free and transparent elections, as soon as possible. I would like to refer to the comments made regarding the death of Diana, a 22-year-old woman. I can like to assure the people of Venezuela that we consider you brothers, and this is proven by the 240,000 Venezuelans that have received residence permit. Hundreds of thousands have entered our country and have received medical support and other services that they weren't able to receive in their own country. In April, Ecuador convened the third meeting on the problems created by the decision of 3 million Venezuelans to flee their country. The democratic solution to this crisis will only be possible through dialogue and negotiation. It cannot be imposed by a regime of terror and killing. It's important to find political solutions. Thank you very much.
My thanks to the representative of Ecuador for his statement. I give the floor now to the representative of Barbados.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank you for convening this meeting on this matter of the utmost gravity, and I thank USG DeCarlo for her briefing. The following heads of government of the Caribbean Community CARICOM, Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, Belize, Dominica, Jamaica, Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, and the foreign ministers of Grenada and Suriname met by video conference on the 24th of January and issued the statement that I today have the honor to deliver to this body. This statement of heads was subsequently endorsed by the Republic of Guyana. Mr. President, I will read the statement verbatim, and I do so now. Heads of government are following closely the current unsatisfactory situation in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, a neighboring Caribbean country. They expressed grave concern about the plight of the people of Venezuela and the increasing volatility of the situation brought about by recent developments, which could lead to further violence, confrontation, breakdown of law and order, and greater suffering for the people of the country. Heads of government reaffirmed their guiding principles of non-interference and non-intervention in the affairs of states, respect for sovereignty, adherence to the rule of law, and respect for human rights and democracy. Heads of government reiterated that the long-standing political crisis, which has been exacerbated by recent events, can only be resolved peacefully through meaningful dialogue and diplomacy. In this regard, heads of government offered their good offices to facilitate dialogue amongst all parties to resolve the deepening crisis. Reaffirming their commitment to the tenets of Article 2.4 of the United Nations Charter, which calls for member states to refrain from the threat or the use of force, and Article 21 of the Charter of the Organization of American States, which refers to territorial inviolability, the heads of government emphasized the importance of the Caribbean remaining a zone of peace. Heads of government called on external forces to refrain from doing anything to destabilize the situation and underscored the need to step back from the brink and called on all actors, internal and external, to avoid actions which could escalate an already explosive situation to the detriment of the people of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and which would have far-reaching negative consequences for the wider region. Mr. President, that concludes the statement as issued on January 24th. The heads of government of the Caribbean will continue to monitor and engage on this very serious matter as appropriate. Mr. President, I'm obliged to you for your time.
Gracias.
My thanks to the representative of Barbados for her statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Chile. Thank you very much, President. We appreciate the convening of today's session as an opportunity to address a topic that is of the utmost seriousness and that affects the region, and in response to which we believe one of the key bodies of the United Nations, namely the Security Council, is called upon to play a fundamental role in addressing. We also very much appreciate the statements that have been made by various foreign ministers and ministers for our region. We appreciate their presence with us this morning in the Security Council, and our thanks go to Under-Secretary General for Peace Building and Political Affairs, Rosemary DiCarlo, for her briefing. President, a core element of Chile's foreign policy is the promotion of democracy as representing the political system that best furnishes an appropriate framework for the full respect of the fundamental rights of every human being. The values of tolerance, dialogue, equality of opportunity, inclusion, and social cohesion, as well as the full and unfettered exercise of fundamental freedoms, are best guaranteed in a context where the rule of law prevails, where there is respect for and balance between the powers of the state, and where public institutions can act effectively. A democratic culture based on these principles is forged bit by bit, day by day. It doesn't spring up overnight. It is rather the fruit of a task that requires the participation of the entirety of society. Regrettably, today, Venezuela is laboring under the weight of a deep-rooted crisis that bedevils its democratic institutions and is also suffering from an unacceptable level of deterioration of the living conditions and the fundamental rights of its citizens, a situation that has been arrived at under an authoritarian and repressive government. President, the government of Chile does not recognize the legitimacy of the elections that were held last year in Venezuela, as a result of which the regime of Nicolas Maduro has assumed a new mandate. But it is not just a question of this. The Supreme Court of Justice of Venezuela has declared the presidency of Nicolas Maduro illegitimate, and in light of those circumstances, the National Assembly of Venezuela, which is the only duly democratically elected institution in the body, and which is the only body that therefore enjoys full legitimacy, invoking the Constitution of Venezuela and in particular Article 233 of said document, decided to appoint Juan Guaido as the interim president with a very clear mandate, that of re-establishing democracy in Venezuela and calling for free, clean, democratic and transparent elections. In that context, Chile, together with several other countries in the region, recognized and publicly expressed its full support for the President of the National Assembly, Mr. Juan Guaido, who has taken on the role of interim president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and has done so commensurate with constitutional norms and standards. President, we support the start of the process of democratic transition in Venezuela, a process that will culminate in new elections being held as quickly as possible, elections which should see the participation of all political actors and parties and should take place with the necessary international guarantees and standards in place to ensure that the process is genuinely democratic. We condemn acts of violence that have taken place in Venezuela, and we call for the upholding of the rule of law, for the upholding and defending of the fundamental rights and freedoms of persons, and for the upholding of social peace. All of this must be pursued as the process of transition of government gets underway. We echo the concerns raised by the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, concerns raised in response to the punitive use of punitive actions of the state to criminally prosecute various politicians and various political leaders. And we draw attention here to Resolution 1/2019 of the 25th of January, a resolution of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, in which They granted as an interim measure protection from such punitive use of power by the state as criminal prosecution, interim President Juan Guaido and his family. President, the solution to the problems in Venezuela lies in restoring genuine democratic values and is achieved by releasing political prisoners, by restoring and respecting the freedoms and human rights of all Venezuelans, by opening a humanitarian corridor to allow for steps to be taken to mitigate the crisis posed by the shortage of foodstuffs and medicines, and of course by taking decisive steps towards the restoration of full democracy in Venezuela. I would like to conclude by making it clear that Chile will stand with and promote efforts for the international community to work together for a swift and full recognition of interim President Juan Guaido, and we will support his constitutional plan that aims at the convening of elections and the restoration of democracy in Venezuela. Thank you very much, President.
Gracias.
My thanks to the representative of Chile for his statement. I give the floor now to the representative of Brazil.
Mr. President, on the 23rd of January, Venezuela witnessed extraordinary events. In accordance with the Venezuelan Constitution and as endorsed by the Supreme Court of Justice, the President of the Venezuelan National Assembly, Juan Guaido, assumed the functions of acting President of Venezuela. The fact that an unprecedented number of people took the streets that same day in peaceful demonstrations to demand change in Venezuela only stresses the momentous nature of events we are witnessing. Minutes after Juan Guaido made his announcement, Brazil, together with many other countries committed to the respect for the rule of law, legitimacy and democratic transition in Venezuela, immediately recognized him as the acting president of that country. And this coordinated action was not an abrupt, ill-thought, nor irresponsible decision. It was the result of a collective understanding that we need to support Venezuela's constitution and its legitimate institution. It was also the result of a very long process of diplomatic dialogue and action to help Venezuela and its people. Even before President Jair Bolsonaro took office in Brazil in January 1st, Venezuela was already a priority for him and his team. And the first trip of our Foreign Minister, Ernesto Araújo, was to participate in a Lima Group meeting to signal Brazil's firm commitment to take the lead and to work with other partners to issue a very clear and strong statement of support to the National Assembly and to the Supreme Court of Justice for democratic transition and for urgent change in Venezuela. Since day one, Brazil has also been in permanent contact with members of the democratic opposition in Venezuela and with the representatives of its legitimate institutions to contribute to the process of democratic transition. The 23rd of January, therefore, is only a new stage, albeit a very fundamental one, in the search for the rebirth of Venezuela. And we are already working with the acting president to help in whatever it takes to fulfill the tasks that Venezuelans expect of him. Mr. President, it's crucial that the Security Council and all members here today address the situation in Venezuela, and not only because it can pose real and immediate risks to peace and security in Latin America and the Caribbean, but because it's a situation that demands collective and urgent actions. The increasing deterioration of the political, economic, and social situation in Venezuela is not new and has been cause for deep concern on the part of the Brazilian government and other countries in the region for the past years. Venezuela is the product of a dictatorship that sacrifices people in order to remain in power, faced with an unsustainable situation of hunger, scarcity, misrule, disorganization and insecurity. Many Venezuelans were simply forced to flee their country. They were welcomed with open arms in Brazil and other countries of the region and elsewhere, but I am sure they would have preferred to stay in their homes with their families in their country. Representative democracy in Venezuela has long disappeared, in particular the separation of powers. Until very recently, there was a police state in that country with hundreds of political prisoners, assassinations of opponents, including in state custody. All of this in an environment where the independent press was muzzled and Venezuelans lost the right to information. The Maduro regime produced an economic crisis of unprecedented dimensions, which challenges the methods of evaluation and comparison. Figures from the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank indicate that the gross domestic product has dropped by more than 35% since 2013. The IMF predicts a significant worsening of the Venezuelan hyperinflation, with the rate estimated at 1.3 million% by 2018. The World Bank, on its turn, estimates Venezuelan international reserves to be of the order of 9 billion and that the country's foreign debt in 2018 could reach 140 billion, that is 3 times higher than 2017. And it's fundamental that we understand in the Security Council exactly what we are dealing with. Venezuela and its people have not only been quashed by a brutal and corrupt dictatorship, they have been held under a regime with links to organized crime, to drug trafficking, to money laundering, and to terrorism organizations. This toxic combination brought risks to Venezuela and to all of us, with unpredictable consequences to peace and security. We have, therefore, an obligation to contribute to the prompt and full restoration of representative democracy and the rule of law in Venezuela, so that Venezuelans can forge a new path. And Brazil understands that this will not happen without growing international pressure and international aid. And let us not be naive. Those who have long held power in the country are comfortable where they are, and they will remain convinced that they are allowed to promote further chaos if they are not faced with our collective pressure. Forms of pressure can vary, given the several regulatory milestones and the specificities of each country's relation with Venezuela. But increasing pressure is needed. Brazil and many countries have already done their part, and they will continue working in the same direction. I will recall that on August 2017, after concluding that there was a breach of the democratic order in Venezuela, Brazil and the other partners of the bloc activated the Protocol of Ushuaia and on democratic commitment in Mercosur, and decided to suspend Venezuela from all its rights and obligations as a state party. Subsequently, the Brazilian government considered the Venezuelan electoral process on May 20, 2018 completely illegitimate. Those elections did not include all political actors in the country, nor did they meet the minimum guarantees and the standards required for a free, fair, and transparent process. Moreover, there were no independent international observers. For this reason, Brazil joined countries of the Group of Lima to issue a declaration on January 4, which considered the presidential mandate of Nicolás Maduro that began on January 10 illegitimate. The Brazilian government and the Lima Group countries recognized the National Assembly, legitimately elected on December 6, 2015, as the only democratic elected constitutional body in Venezuela. From there, the necessary next step was to recognize President Guaidó and to start working with him. And today we are here reiterating our position and seeking support of other members. Mr. President, there are countries that have not yet recognized Guaidó and that advocate for dialogue with the old regime. Brazil is in favor of dialogue with the acting President Guaidó and with the democratic opposition in Venezuela. However, Brazil is firmly opposed to any kind of dialogue in any format with Nicolás Maduro and his accomplices. We know fully well what Maduro understands by dialogue. For him, it's another opportunity to buy time and continue his campaign of oppression of Venezuelans and demonstrations and this deconstruction of Venezuela. The only possible dialogue is the one that will speed up the already ongoing process of democratic transition. It is the dialogue with Guaidó and all those committed with democracy and with the interests of Venezuela and its people. Brazil is convinced that only through the rapid and full restoration of democracy and respect for human rights will it be possible to address the causes of political, economic, social, and humanitarian crisis faced by our neighbor to the north. Brazil will fully support the transitional process, both politically and economically, so that democracy and social peace can return to Venezuela. Brazil trusts that the other members of this council and these organizations will do likewise. Thank you.
Gracias.
My thanks to the representative of Brazil for his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Uruguay.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you very much for taking the time as Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Dominican Republic to preside this session of the Security Council this morning. Our thanks also go to Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo for her very concise and invaluable briefing she shared with the Security Council. President, I'd like to begin by reiterating a well-known and previously expressed position held by Uruguay, to wit that the issue of Venezuela should not be on the agenda of the Security Council, indeed is not on the agenda of the Security Council. And it is our understanding that this is not the most appropriate body in which to analyze the current situation in which said brother country finds itself. By the same token, Uruguay would like to reiterate the pertinence and validity of Article 52, Paragraph 2 of the Charter of the United Nations, Chapter 8, Regional Agreements, which states that the members of the United Nations entering into such arrangements or constituting such agencies shall make every effort to achieve pacific settlement of local disputes through such regional arrangements or by such regional agencies before referring them to the Security Council. The government of Uruguay has been following very closely the course of events and the evolution of the political, economic, and social situation that prevails today in Venezuela. And we reiterate once again that the worst possible solution for the people of Venezuela will be to double down on leaving them isolated on the international stage. In that understanding, a few days ago, the government of Uruguay, together with the government of Mexico, addressed an appeal to all the parties involved, both within and without the country. And we called upon them to reduce levels of tension and to ward off any escalation of violence. In line with the principles of international law, both governments, those of Uruguay and Mexico, urged all stakeholders to find a peaceful and democratic solution to answer the complex situation that Venezuela is confronted with. And our two governments proposed a new round of inclusive and credible negotiation, a process that would fully respect the rule of law and human rights. Both governments reiterated their full support for, commitment to, and willingness to work jointly for the stability, the well-being, and the peace of the Venezuelan people. President, there will be neither stability nor peace in Venezuela absent a political agreement between the various stakeholders and actors, which can be reached only through broad and fully inclusive dialogue. Nobody must be prevented from gathering around the table. It is a dialogue that needs to bring together the government, the entire political spectrum, and the entirety of civil society. Now, let me make a key point here, President. Dialogue is not a series of monologues. That's not what dialogue means. Dialogue rather means taking the time to listen to the other party, to understand their points of view, and feeling one's way towards common understanding and agreement. The government of Uruguay urges once again all the parties to pursue this course of action in the framework of strict and rigid adherence to human rights, and guided at all times by the legitimate interests of the entire Venezuelan people. To conclude, President, I would like to draw attention to the attitude shown by Latin American countries as we've been called upon to react to the heartbreaking phenomenon of mass migration of Venezuelan citizens, and underscore that our reaction and our response as Latin America has been that of throwing open doors and societies. We have not rejected the migrants at the border, and we also haven't been building walls, President. Uruguay unequivocally reaffirms its championing of the respect for international law and the principle of the peaceful resolution of disputes. We are also strong adherents of the strengthening of democracy and of the legal equality of states. Irrespective of the circumstances or situation in question, Uruguay will never countenance under any pretext whatsoever any armed intervention in any country in the region, wherever that option is put forward as a solution to a domestic crisis. Thank you very much, President. My thanks to the representative of Uruguay for his statement, says the President, and I give the floor now to the representative of Costa Rica.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished members of this Security Council, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Venezuela, a country which I have said was was part of my secondary school education. Now, in democracy, the sovereign will of the people is expressed in free, open, and verifiable elections. Costa Rica has indicated on various at various opportunities, the elections that took place on the 20th of May 2018 lacked the legitimacy because they did not include the participation of all political actors from Venezuela, nor the presence of independent international observers, nor the necessary international standards and guarantees to be considered a free, fair, and transparent democratic process. This is why Costa Rica reiterates today that we do not recognize the legitimacy of the government that was inaugurated on the 10th of January of 2019. Now, deprived of this democratic option, once again, on the 23rd of January, the people of Venezuela reasserted their aspiration to peace and reconciliation. And Costa Rica recognizes this and therefore has endorsed the transitional actions taken by the National Assembly of Venezuela. Costa Rica supports the efforts made to move towards the holding of free, fair, transparent elections that comply with international standards and within a time frame established by the Venezuelan Constitution. Costa Rica, faithful to its commitment to promoting democracy and the rule of law, and aware of the need that everywhere human rights should be respected in conformity with international law, strongly echoes the call of the international community to do everything possible to make sure that the constitutional order is reestablished in Venezuela as soon as possible, and that Venezuela should return to the path of peace, democracy, and the rebuilding of its prosperity for the benefit of its people. And I just want to reiterate that any solution to the crisis should come from the people of Venezuela through a peaceful way, through an inclusive dialogue. Costa Rica will continue monitoring the development of events in Venezuela to ensure that the serious and constant violations of human rights of the people of Venezuela end, and that their democracy and the rule of law are reestablished as soon as possible, and that this becomes a reality rather than merely a wish. Thank you. I want to thank Costa Rica for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Dominica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the government of the Commonwealth of Dominica wishes to express its deep concern regarding the recent developments in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and the worrisome consequences of those events. The Commonwealth of Dominica strongly upholds the principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs of any sovereign state. Mr. President, on the 20th of May 2018, elections were held in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela in accordance with its constitution, and the election outcome returned President Nicolas Maduro as the duly elected president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. The government of the Commonwealth of Dominica, in its utterances and by its actions, fully respects the will of the people of any sovereign nation as exercised through the electoral process. Following the accepted standards, governing outcomes of the duly held elections, the government of the Commonwealth of Dominica accepted the results and recognizes the re-elected government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Mr. President, the Commonwealth of Dominica is concerned about the expressions of support for a transitional government in Venezuela and declarations of the illegitimacy of the Nicolas Maduro government. We wish to place on record our opposition to such a position. Recognition of a self-declared government outside of the electoral process is a clear repudiation of the will of the people. There cannot be a parallel government in Venezuela. Mr. President, such recognition does not reaffirm the right of the people of Venezuela to peace and to democracy. Rather, it opens the door to confusion and civil strife. Instead, the international community should expend efforts to help build peace, promote reconciliation, and help find a solution that will not result in bloodshed. We maintain that in order to peacefully resolve the situation in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, there must be dialogue between the parties, and the Commonwealth of Dominica stands ready in conjunction with other like-minded states to offer its good offices to assist in that regard. We therefore urge member states to exercise caution and let prudence guide us. I thank you, Mr. President.
My thanks to the representative of Dominica for her statement. I give the floor now to the representative of El Salvador.
Muchísimas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much indeed, President.
Considero que es lamentable.
I believe that it is regrettable when any country in Latin America and the Caribbean is the subject of discussions in the Security Council, and I make that point irrespective of the perspective of the members of the Security Council, particularly when there is no option for members of the General Assembly to have decided beforehand whether a given issue, topic A, B, or C, is worthy of discussion or is fit for discussion in the Security Council. I understand that I'm the last or one of the last speakers on the list for this morning, so I'll try and be succinct. I'm also aware I'm eating into everybody's weekend. But I would like to begin by welcoming the presence with us of the Foreign Minister of Venezuela, Jorge Arreaza, and I would like to once again reiterate in this forum a point that was previously expressed by my national authorities. That is to express our deep-rooted preoccupation at a fresh escalation in the levels of political confrontation that are undermining the stability and the development of our brother country, Venezuela. Once again, we express our view that it is principally incumbent upon the government and the other Venezuelan political forces and actors to find a solution to any problem or dispute that might emerge within the society of said country, Venezuela. And to do so, the necessary recourse should be political dialogue and the resumption of discussions that would lead to consensus. El Salvador, as a responsible state and a member in good standing of the international community and a founding member of this House, reiterates our view that the peaceful resolution of disputes, as well as the full respect for the principles of non-intervention and for the sovereignty of states, the prohibition of the use of force or the threat of the use of force, are the best ways and provide the best framework for overcoming any difficulty or dispute that Venezuela might be going through. Approaching things through these lenses and respect for those principles would contribute to the regional stability which is so vital for the development and well-being of our peoples and is so aspired to. Finally, I would like to recall that the government of El Salvador expressed its support for the diplomatic initiative of those countries who, as staunch proponents of peace and stability in the region, stand ready to promote and do what they can to contribute to finding a political and peaceful solution to the differences of opinion and disputes in Venezuela. Thank you very much, President. My thanks to the representative of El Salvador for his statement, says the President, and I now give the floor to the representative of Honduras.
My delegation congratulates you for convening this timely debate on the situation on Venezuela. To attend the new developments of the political and humanitarian crisis where more than 3 million refugees and migrants have left the country since 2015. And those who remain are at risk of enduring an escalating conflict, which today members of the Security Council are called upon to prevent and to take all actions necessary to protect the Venezuelan population. The Inter-American Democratic Charter, with respect to the principle of non-intervention, established mechanisms for collective action in case of a sudden or irregular interruption of the democratic political institutional process, in order to respond rapidly in defense of democracy. In this purpose, the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States adopted a resolution to not recognize the legitimacy of Nicolás Maduro's new term as of the 10th of January of 2019, and called for a new electoral process which reflects the will of the Venezuelan people. All member states of the Organization of American States are called to adopt, in accordance with international law and national legislation, diplomatic, political, and economic and financial measures as appropriate to contribute to the prompt restoration of the democratic order of Venezuela and support other measures to allow humanitarian aid. As mandated by the Venezuelan Constitution, the President of the Assembly, Juan Guaidó, has assumed the functions of interim caretaker president of Venezuela amidst a monumental demonstration of support of the Venezuelan citizens, garnering the recognition of states in our region, the Lima Group, and the international community accompanying democracy, and trusting that Venezuela can commence soon a process of credible elections. Upon these actions, in the face of the restoration of constitutional order, tensions have increased and serious violations of human rights have been duly reported. Notwithstanding Chapter 8 of the Charter regarding regional arrangements regarding and relating to the maintenance of international peace and security, the Security Council has the responsibility to respond to threats to international peace and security. As all our region and peoples are impacted by the protracted crisis in Venezuela and deterioration in rule of law, stability, security, and elemental guarantees and freedoms, we request the Security Council to urgently and diligently attend to this matter. In favor of our youth and assuring prosperity for generations to come, let us today shift the culture of denial and dismissiveness of critical issues which require care and attention of our United Nations and embrace a new conscientiousness with full respect of human rights. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you to the representative of Honduras for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Antigua and Barbuda.
Mr. President, let me begin by first congratulating you on your leadership of this body during the month of January. My country, Antigua and Barbuda, is extremely proud of your exemplary leadership as a small state in this body for this month. Mr. President, we cannot, and indeed no one, can describe the situation in Venezuela in any other term but serious. The situation of the government and people of Venezuela are of great importance to my region and to my country. We do not and will not stand to see the promise of the zone of peace in our region break. Mr. President, our world is littered with examples where external interferences in other countries in an attempt to bring peace or impose peace has resulted in those countries and societies remaining in a state of uncertainty, disorganization, chaos, and for years have not found peace. The United Nations Charter is clear on the, on the promotion of international peace and the respect for sovereignty. The Charter also makes it clear that the member states should refrain from threat or use of force. Unilateral declaration of support for one side or the other, and undue and uninvited influence in the internal affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela does nothing but undermine peace-building process that requires our full attention and urgency and focus. My government, Mr. President, therefore rejects any external force that interferes with the internal matters of the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and further rejects any attempt by any political unit within the country to take power in a manner other than by the constitutional process to which they are all allowed. My region and my government in the Caribbean experiences relative peace. We continue to emphasize our zone of peace. We promote in our region a brotherhood and sisterhood, and thus the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda, along with the governments of the other CARICOM heads, as has been stated here, continues to avail ourselves to facilitate dialogue and a peace process that will return the government of Venezuela to its continued operation and function in the legitimacy which was afforded in the May elections. I thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you to the representative of Antigua and Barbuda for your statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Panama. Mr. President, the Republic of Panama is participating in this emergency session of the Security Council to share once again the growing concern in the face of the seriousness of the political, economic, social, and humanitarian situation that Venezuela is suffering. Committed to the search for a peaceful and democratic solution to this crisis and the restoration of democracy, the government of the Republic of Panama has explicitly recognized the President of the National Assembly, Juan Guaido, as the interim President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Now that the legitimate term of the government of President Nicolás Maduro has concluded, Panama supports a peaceful democratic transition that leads to fair elections with a participation of all political actors. We also reject any acts of violence and repression that restrict the rights of the Venezuelan people and the security of Venezuela and ultimately of our entire region. Based on this vision, Venezuela has expressed a strong support for measures adopted to seek international humanitarian assistance and effect the release of political prisoners. We also deeply regret the loss of human lives while people were exercising their rights to demonstrate peacefully, and we condemn all acts of violence, no matter by whom. Mr. President, the concern about the situation in Venezuela is genuine, and it cannot be interpreted as an interference into its internal affairs, because we have been witnessing the massive and continuous exodus of Venezuelan citizens that are crossing their borders, seeking refuge in our countries. Official reports designate that this is the largest migratory crisis of this type in the recent history of Latin America. Now, there have been many efforts made by regional bodies prior to this session without any results. But we will continue with these efforts with the aim of finding a peaceful solution for the benefit of the Venezuelan people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the representative of Panama for your statement. I now want to call Your Excellency Anayana Rodriguez Camejo, Anayasi Rodriguez Camejo, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs and Permanent Representative of Cuba to the United Nations.
President, we have requested the floor for a second time to respond to the lying references made by the Secretary of State of the United States, Mr. Michael Pompeo, and Mr. Elliot Abrams, and we categorically reject their aspersions cast upon our nation and the lies uttered. I would refrain from this step, but I think it reflective of the fact that they are seeking to impose on the Venezuelans an illegitimate president, an individual no one had any heard of until a few days ago when his move was orchestrated from Washington. I asked the question in response to the lies he proffered in my nation's direction, whether it was his country or was it not his country that lay behind the coup d'etat that sought to take control in Venezuela in 2002 at the cost of many lives? Is it not the government of the United States of America which for years has subjected Venezuela to an unrelenting economic and trade war intended to reduce the livelihoods and the living standards of the Venezuelan people, to curtail their opportunity to seek out their own future betterment for themselves, and to undermine social cohesion? The delegation of the United States of America should clarify whether it was its government or not that deliberately undermined the attempts at a negotiated solution in the Dominican Republic when the Bolivarian government and representatives of the opposition sat down and were ready to ratify a negotiated agreement that was mutually acceptable to both sides. Clarification is sought from the United States of America what responsibility they are prepared to bear if their irresponsible acts provoke a silence of uncontrolled instability for Venezuela and the entire region. And it is the people who will pay the highest price for that. Cooperation and solidarity between Cuba and Venezuela, a solidarity that we offer to all countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, and indeed a solidarity we display to many other countries in the so-called Third World, has meant that we've been able to meet the essential needs for life, particularly health and education. And this is something that is duly recognized by all those sat around this table, including the representatives of the United States as well. They are aware of a record we're proud of. This organization also recognizes our record, as do many specialized agencies of the United Nations system. To state the contrary, as we heard this morning from the Secretary of State of the United States of America, is an undignified assault on truth. It is fake news and indicative of the lack of respect that his government bears to this Security Council and to the United Nations bodies they treat with a lack of respect. There were deliberate lies uttered today by the Secretary of State and by Mr. Abrams, and they failed to recognize that the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is a free, sovereign and independent nation that takes its own decisions. Venezuela is not and will never be anybody's satellite or lackey. It has its own institutions and its own people, which are the fount of its strength, and they will rally to the cause of the Bolivarian and Chavist revolution, and they will rally to the support of the constitutional president, Nicolas Maduro Moros. We reiterate that the principal chief threat to international peace and security in our region is the intervention and interference of the United States of America, their return to the Monroe Doctrine and their bullying of an aggression towards the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, which has the declared aim of regime change and the imperialist goal of being able thus to loot, pillage and strip the oil reserves of that nation. We recall that the United States, not Cuba, set up military dictatorships and organized bloody coup d'etat in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is the government of the United States of America, not the government of Cuba, which intervenes without scruples in the electoral processes and the internal affairs of the majority of the states of the planet. That is part of history and fact. They have sought to overturn and topple by force legitimate governments, and they're seeking to do that again in toppling the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. They're doing so through a campaign of defamation and the threats of military action. They are calling for violence and coup d'etat. Go back to your history books, Secretary of State Michael Pompeo. See what is written there. See the truth there. And don't make others responsible for the deliberate actions of the United States of America to try and impose its imperialist hegemony in our Americas by having recourse to the obsolete and dangerous Monroe Doctrine. Thank you very much indeed, President.
Gracias.
My thanks to Her Excellency Ms. Rodriguez Camejo for her statement, says the President. His Excellency Mr. Jorge Ariasa, Minister of the People's Power for Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, has requested the floor to make a further statement.
Le doy la palabra.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just to respond to something that was said this morning, this afternoon. First of all, in our initial statement, we left out that the reference to President Trump's statement in General Assembly in 2018 was to denounce the fact that President Trump, at an international forum that embodies international law, reiterated the Monroe Doctrine, which basically considers Latin America as the backyard of the United States. And then, in his outlining the new security doctrine of the United States, he reiterated that, and as part of that is the threat against the Republic of Venezuela. If this is something that the United Nations cannot condemn, that its General Assembly and Security Council cannot condemn, then I don't really understand what can be condemned in this institution. Venezuela has 3 satellites, one telecommunications and one ground observation satellite that we launched with the help of China. And Venezuela thanks wholeheartedly the commitment of its personnel to ensuring that the Venezuelan people continue to live normally at a time when we don't have we're lacking doctors, and we have had an army of doctors thanks to our brethren country of Cuba, that only this way we've been able to offer health care to our people. 4 months ago in August, there was an attempt to assassinate President Maduro at a public meeting, and this attempt to assassinate our president that failed. Individuals from Colombia and from Miami took part in that. And there was even a Peruvian journalist who lives in Miami who said that he took part in meetings to plan it, including possibly using drones. And there was an attempt to assassinate all the high leadership of Venezuela at an event to commemorate the National Guard. We requested Colombia and the United States the extradition of these individuals who were participated in this attempted assassination. In Colombia, we gave the exact location, and in the United States, we also provided this information. We have received no response at all. Rather, they have offered them the status of refugees to the intellectual authors. In addition to those who actually were participated in the physical act. This wasn't discussed here or condemned. Also, we want to say to Colombia, to your people, to your authorities also, as much as you insult us and you don't want to communicate with us, we want to say that the Bolivarian revolution of President Maduro is always open to the people of Colombia and its institutions to achieve peace in Colombia, which is the last armed conflict on our continent. Armed conflict with a direct link to the production of drugs, processing of and export of cocaine, among other drugs. We are ready to assist Colombia to achieve a lasting peace in all its processes of negotiation. The United States has over 800 military bases around the world, 70 in Latin America. We don't have a single one. Our Constitution that everyone is mentioning and referring to, that whether you can, prevents us having foreign military bases. What we have is military cooperation. But the United States, 15, 16 years ago, cut off our military cooperation with us. Russia and China have offered military cooperation with us, and other countries as well, and we're perfectly entitled. It's our sovereign right to protect our territorial integrity, our people, our sovereignty. It's not in any way meant to put anyone's security at risk. We've had 25 elections in Venezuela in 20 years. The Bolivarian Revolution, we won 23 elections. 2 we lost, and we immediately recognized that over the past 20 years. And the electoral system that was used, the electoral authorities that organized the election of National Assembly in 2015 in December, is the same electoral authority. And even with greater guarantees, because the agreement with the Dominican Republic established even more guarantees. It's the same system that elected President Maduro last year. The Venezuelan opposition couldn't agree on a single candidate. They participated. They pressured candidates not to participate. Some did participate. There was a legal constitutional election that led to a popular outcome that we cannot simply disregard. It is in line with our constitution, and if we simply overturn it, we would be disdaining the wish of some 9 million voters. So, yes, there is migration, and I'm grateful to countries, to other countries, and we're grateful to those countries who have received Venezuelan migrants to share with us information on when they've received us, so that we can take steps so that they can return. But there are refugees. They're being given status to refugees orally, to millions of this. What is that? I mean, who said that they're refugees? I think we need to be rigorous in the use of certain terminology. There's an economic situation that to a large extent is the result of the economic blockade of the United States against Venezuela. Perhaps it would be a good idea that we invite the former Prime Minister of Spain, José Luis Zapatero, so that he could testify how the system of dialogue in Venezuela took place, what were the guarantees that were provided, and why that commitment among the opposition parties wasn't signed, that was going to guarantee peace, and why it wasn't signed. And this has led to a situation where we're seeing a coup d'etat. It's a huge responsibility of recognizing non-constitutionally elected governments. You're putting at risk. It's a wrong move. You're entering a very slippery slope. We're asking Europe, this 8-day ultimatum that you're claiming to give us, you should use it to think about it, and perhaps in 8 days you can respect the Constitution of Venezuela and simply support a process of dialogue on an equal footing to reach a peaceful solution in Venezuela that we all wish to see. As for observers, there were 300 observers. Give me some report from electoral observers in Venezuela that will state that the elections were not honest or fair, that there were discrepancies. Let's speak based on facts. Let's be rigorous. I keep hearing it's like a script that keeps repeating. Everyone is following the same script. And I see that some of the delegates here seem to be forced to be reading what they've been told to read. It's like a script that is being dictated. It's horrible. This undermines the sovereignty of our brethren states on the continent. I think we also need to acknowledge, and I said this about two hours ago, that the government of Ecuador denied us the overflight rights to return Venezuelan immigrants who have taken refuge in our embassy, fleeing a persecution that has been promoted by President Lenin Moreno. And this, finally, the overflight rights were granted this morning, and so we will be returning our refugees. Venezuela is in peace. In Venezuela, people were not able to provoke a war. Venezuela is a country that will defend its sovereignty. In Venezuela, the people, the workers, the trade unions, the farmers, the local councils, businessmen are in favor of sovereignty and peace. And we will not allow any government or any country to violate our sovereignty and to give a pretext for Donald Trump to start a war. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Riasa, for your statement. His Excellency Carlos Trujillo has requested a statement, the floor to make a statement.
Thank you very much, President. I promise I'll be succinct, but a reference was made to Colombia specifically and our domestic situation, so I feel myself obliged to weigh in and to take that opportunity of the reference to the domestic situation in Colombia to thank once again the Security Council for its unanimous support and backing for the report submitted by the Secretary-General of the United Nations, a report on the progress that has been made in the policy for the implementation of the agreement signed by the previous government of Colombia with the FARC. Unanimous support was lent to that report, and I simply wanted to take this opportunity to thank the Security Council for said endorsement. I'd also like to take this opportunity to reiterate the willingness and determination of the government of Colombia to comply and live up to its responsibilities in counterterrorism activities as provided for in Resolution 1373, and we will abide by the provisions of Resolution 1373 to the letter. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your statement, Your Excellency, says the President. I have no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. I beg your pardon, the representative of the Russian Federation has requested the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand that this discussion has really dragged on, and I don't want to delay it. This is not a right of response. I simply want to make one comment that probably is worth making. Today, when Secretary of State Pompeo said, and as I said in my statement, he claimed that the position of the United States is shared by the majority of members of this international community, and that the Maduro regime is only supported by 5 countries, and he mentioned them. Well, we just counted among those who spoke today. Of those who spoke, 11 countries of the Latin American region spoke in favor of the legitimate government of Venezuela. 10 countries spoke against. Barbados referred to the joint statement of CARICOM, which also speaks about non-interference in the internal affairs of a state, respect for sovereignty and independence. I'm just speaking of countries, not including members of the Security Council. who have this view. First of all, it confirms what I said earlier while Secretary of State Pompeo was still in the room, that the world is not, there's not such unity of support for his position as he thinks. In fact, there's a majority in favor of the sovereignty and territorial independence and non-interference into internal affairs in Venezuela. Second, the aim pursued by the American delegation and its allies, which they wanted to achieve, I think this, what we're seeing today, clearly demonstrate that they will not achieve that aim. Then what was the point of holding this meeting? Well, in this sense, it was useful because it showed our American colleagues what the real attitude of the international community is to what is going on in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We want to once again repeat, let's not escalate tensions around Venezuela. Stop using threats and threaten the use of force against this country. Set aside these ridiculous ultimatums of 8 days. What's 8 days? Why 8 days? Why not 7? Why 30? Who invented this formula? Who was the genius who invented this 8-day formula? Give Venezuelans a chance to solve their own problems. If you can help them do this, then help them. But don't try to trip them up. And we welcome the initiative of Mexico and Uruguay, who have offered their good offices in fostering dialogue between the government and the opposition. We call on everyone to join this effort in good faith and with good intentions, unlike those who have been demonstrated by some. Thank you.
My thanks to the representative of the Russian Federation for his further statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.